floor to Jörg Wojan. Jörg is the head of the representation of the European Commission in Berlin, so the head of the venue we are here in. So welcome, Jörg, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having come to us here, to the European House in Berlin, and I'm particularly glad to host you here. I used to be a journalist myself before I switched sides, as one would say. Admittedly, I was not an investigative journalist. I was a humble foreign correspondent, and you know, they sometimes have to cover so many things that I do not really get time to dig in depth into the topics, which is the work for investigative journalists. So I have but all the more I appreciate the work of investigative journalists, as I can gauge what the difference is compared to what a foreign correspondent can do. And now, from my EU perspective, you can see we as European Union hold this work in high regard. As always, I know if I were a journalist, I would always feel, don't come too close to me, be careful. But I think the importance is in particular, and this is the focus of your meeting and of the grant, that we look into cross-border investigative journalism in the first place, because as in politics, as in society, our problem in the EU and in Europe in general is often that everybody is too much focused on his or her own country, focused in what local politicians are doing, regional politicians are doing, at best national politicians are doing, and businesses for that matter, and not really looking across the border. And if we look into the biggest discoveries of the past, I would say decade, the interesting things were those discovered in cross-border contexts, because the bad guys, if I may be so simplistic, the bad guys were cross-border already. And then on the other hand, how weak is police still in working cross-border in spite of all the efforts we're doing as European Union, and how much more important is it that you guys are working across borders? And we have now this great consortia which have been created over the past decade in Europe, and I think that's a really good example of how it can be done. So beyond what you're discussing today, I would like to point to two things that we're planning to do this year as European Commission. One thing is we want to table a Media Freedom Act, which would particularly focus on fighting against obscuring the ownership of media and against hidden financing of media through, I give you an example, government ads or political party ads, which are somehow muddying the water. And the other thing we're looking at is SLAP, strategic lawsuits against public participation. And I think this is something of particular importance for your work, because we see in particular businesses, but also politicians, which I think is even more shameful, using these kind of lawsuits to suppress reporting or investigation. And okay, now thankfully we have lost one member state, which is a particular rich forum for such lawsuits, but I think this does not shield everybody from these kind of things, because also inside the EU, inside of EU countries, we may face these issues. So these two issues, just to flag to you that we're working on this and will table something still in the course of this year. And with this, I pass the floor back to Lutz. You have your own mic.
Yes, I do have my own microphone. Thank you so much, Jörg. We come now to Scott Griffin, who's the Deputy Director of the International Press Institute in Vienna. Scott, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Great to see so many of you again after 2 years of online meetings. Yeah, looking forward to the discussions today. Just a few words about IPI, and I'm going to share a little bit of information about the IJ4EU and some statistics. Just a little bit about IPI. We're a global network of editors, journalists, and publishers dedicated to defending independent journalism and media freedom around the world. We're the lead partner in the consortium that manages the IJ4EU together with ECPMF and EJC. So as you've already heard, and as all of you probably know, IJ4EU, the mission of the fund is to support the watchdog role of investigative journalism. And the main way that we do that is providing direct support in the form of grants to cross-border journalism projects. That's our main job, but we also do provide other forms of support, training, networking, as well as the awards that will be announced this evening. And throughout all of that, what's been really important for the success of the fund, I think, is that we've made independence a hallmark of our activities, meaning that everything we do is geared toward protecting the editorial independence of the IJ4EU grantees. We have a model, I think, that has become very successful for doing that to protect these investigations at the end of the day and their credibility. So we're quite proud of that. This is the third year of the IJ4EU fund, and I think what we've seen is that it's become actually even grown in significance and importance. We've had, since we've launched the fund, the pandemic, we've had increasing challenges for media freedom in Europe, and now we have the war in Ukraine. And I think that the IJ4EU fund has really provided a lifeline to newsrooms and as well as freelance journalists to be able to, tell the most important stories, but also often some of the most challenging stories in the public interest that we all need to know about. Just to give you a few statistics to kick this off. So during the current year, we've awarded more than 1.1 million in grants to 43 cross-border teams, with team members hailing from more than 40 countries. So all of the IJ4EU projects need to involve journalists from at least 2 EU member states or 1 EU member state plus the UK, but many of the teams also involve journalists from third countries, from as far away as Belarus, Indonesia, Kenya, Mexico, Russia, and Turkey. So while being EU-focused, it also has, I think, an important global component. And really, the demand for the IJ4EU funding has also grown. So again, during this year alone, we actually had 220 cross-border teams apply for funding for nearly 6 million in grants, and we wish that the jury could have chosen them all. And actually now, as I mentioned, this is the third year. So far, we've distributed 2.5 million in funding to cross-border investigative journalism since we launched the fund in 2018, which I think is a fantastic figure. And we're hoping actually to ramp it up over the next 18 months, pending further funding from the EC. I just want to mention a few things, I think, about what makes the fund so unique, and one of those, I think, is the level of support that we've been able to provide. So the investigation support scheme, which is the sort of the flagship funding scheme within the IJ4EU, which is managed by API, gives grants of up to 50,000. And I think this allows sort of more ambitious projects to come to fruition that would probably otherwise be impossible. And we also have, I think, what is a great new innovation this year is the Freelancer support scheme, which is managed by EJC, which gives grants of up to 20,000 for projects involving freelancers, plus mentoring and training. Another aspect I think that makes the fund unique is a level of flexibility that it's able to provide. So both in terms of the content, and you'll see today that the investigations really cover a vast range of topics: organized crime, corruption, environment, money laundering, public health, extremism, security, disinformation, human rights. So it's not for us to set the agenda of what stories should be covering, but it's up to the journalists or the experts to present projects that they feel should be funded. And we also, I think, able to provide a lot of flexibility in the type of funding that we can provide, ensuring that the work that goes into these projects, including the human resources and the salaries, can also be covered. And as I mentioned, independence is at the heart of this project. All of the IJ4EU projects are chosen by an independent jury, and that is something that will never change, because I think it's an extremely important part of any funding model for journalism. So that's a brief introduction. As I said, I think it's been a wonderful fund, and having been here from the beginning, it's really gratifying to see how it's grown. So looking forward to hearing more about the projects from this year, and yeah, great to see all of you again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'm glad now to announce Lars Bouring, who is the director of the European Journalism Center. Lars.
Dankeschön. Es ist sehr schön, hier in Berlin zu sein, lieber allen, in das Europäische Haus. Ich bin ein Europäer, ja, ist das gut? Es ist auch immer gut, ein bisschen meine Deutsch zu üben, aber es ist besser, auf Englisch zu reden. Thank you for being here, together with IPI, ECPMF. I'm Lars Bouring, I'm the director of the European Journalism Center. We are very happy to be part of this fine group, important work that we do. And investigative journalism is close to our heart. We believe that grant-making plus, as we call it at AJC, is important. It means that we're not just making sure that money goes to the fine journalists that use it to do their work, but also to support it with training, coaching, network, just as Scott said. Networking is also important. That's also why we are here today, I hope, I think, I know. So what I also think is important that we are supporting freelancers in this. Lots of money goes to media, sometimes big media, but I think that wonderful work is being done by freelancers. And we are happy to support that. In general, the AJC also has the Freelancers Assembly. It's a big group. Now with a couple of thousand, I would say, they're not members, but they joined this movement to make sure that that knowledge is being shared and that they improve. I think Renate Schröder will talk about safety for freelancers, economic sustainability, how can we help them. I think with Grant-Making Plus we can play a part in that, and I hope that this will continue. And to end, I think I'm happy with cooperations like this. I think in the European realm of journalism, but maybe even globally, but since we have Europe in our name, we focus primarily on Europe. Massive cooperation between organizations like us is crucial. I think for every problem, sometimes I call it challenge in journalism, plus possibly 5 or 6 NGOs are there to do the good work, sometimes even forced to compete. We should not do that, we should work together. And I hope today that we also spend some time on exploring some of these alleys forward, so that together we can and support journalism, develop journalism, and make sure that what we do matters. So, vielen Dank. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lars. And now, please, Neos, come and join me. Neos and I, we will be moderating these 2 days, as already said. And Neos will be today here in the conference hall. I will be in the press room. And tomorrow we switch the roles.
Yes, exactly. So welcome, everyone. So before we start, I actually wanted to share some practical information with you. As Lud said, he's going to be in the press room. You can also attend those events if you're here in person, but all of these events that we're going to have in this room today are also being broadcasted online, so welcome to the audience actually following us online. For those of you who are here in person, I have some very exciting news, which is COVID regulations, so please wear your masks all the time, except when speaking, obviously, or when eating, and also, this is even more exciting, you have to be seated while eating. Yeah, I know, but it is what it is. Right, so if you have any other query, I don't know if Anastasia Manke is here. She's outside. Okay, I was going to ask her to wave, but if you need something, do ask Denise or her. They'll be happy to help. Right, so that's, oh, sorry, you can stay there. That's for the practical information, and we'll start now with our keynote speaker. She's Anna Babinet. She's the editor-in-chief of Salisbury.info, which is an investigative news agency based in Kyiv, in Ukraine. And she's got quite a lot of experience investigating crime, money laundering, and corruption. But since the beginning of the war, Anna and her team have focused on covering war crimes and also researching and identifying Russian military members in Ukraine. She will talk to us today about this and how she switched from investigating corruption to reporting on war, and also about the resilience of investigative journalists, especially during this very hard time. So Anna, where's Anna? There. The floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a very big honor for me to talk here in front of great European journalists. Also, I'm glad to talk about journalism and the war here in Germany, in a country with strong journalism traditions and in a country where people know very well about the war and tragedy it brings to every family. Let me start with my personal story because the war is always touched personally. As many Ukrainians, I woke up at 5 a.m. February 24th from explosion sounds. That night I slept in the village near Kiev, and in the morning it was not like real morning, it was dark and it was scary. My 7-year-old daughter was sleeping in her bed. Fortunately, she usually sleeps tight. So I had a few hours to plan my next step, listening to explosion and reading the news about real war in my home. Of course, I couldn't believe it's happening with me, with my family, and with my country. One of the first calls I made that morning, it was to financial manager of my organization. It was 5 a.m. and I asked her to pay salaries to all of our people in case the banking will not work. We didn't know what will happen next. Then we organized a call with my team. We talked about our personal plans and our working plans for next hours and for next days. I should mention that List24 is an investigative agency based in Kiev, and we have been exposing high-level corruption and crimes for almost 10 years. We participated in the Panama Papers, Paradise Papers, and other international projects. All people in my team younger than me. All of us believe that we must control Ukrainian authority for building better society with clear rules and responsible politicians. We are not small people who don't decide anything like Russians call themselves these days. My 27 years old colleagues, journalists, confident that we can and we have to make the Ukrainian authority to work as best as they can. We control them because we voted for them. I'm sure that civil activists and journalists who have been watching and reporting every wrong step of Ukrainian politicians made them strong and great, that all the world now applaud them and their work, what they do during the war. Yes, for years with conflicts and scandals with our authorities, politicians, but we made Ukrainian leaders to realize that they work for us, and it's very important that they know it. As a result, we can see the difference between small Russian people and great Ukrainian nation. But let's go back to the morning of February 24th. During long editorial call with 12 members of List24 team, it's all our team, we were talking what we can do the best now. We are professional investigative reporters who know how to find criminals or secret real estate of politicians or discover tricky offshore schemes. All our knowledge looked not usable for circumstances we found ourselves on February 24th. I should say that for a month before the war, we were preparing for the possible war. Our colleagues and partners from OCCRP have bought vests, helmets, and other equipment for working in the war times. Colleagues from Belarus organized special training for our team how to identify people and places in social networks, especially in Russian social networks. Great American trainers explained specific of guns and ammunition Russian can use against Ukraine. Told us about working under shootings and basic things about medical help in critical situations. But that morning I realized it doesn't matter how long you prepare for the war, you are never ready for the war. You're never ready that your work can be destroyed in so stupid way. Naturally, European people who live in 21st century with values of democracy and creating better world can't believe that somebody can come and damage everything we built with love, our cities, our organizations, our lives. Russia doesn't deserve for 21st century. They still live in 19th century with values of brutal power, destroying and building empire. Talking with my journalist that morning, I was thinking what to tell my daughter when she wakes up, how to explain her all the hell happened while she was sleeping. In the end of the editorial call, we decided that we will continue our work, despite that it looked like investigative journalism doesn't necessary for the war. Some journalists from Salisbury Info wanted to go to army, to be volunteers, to organize some logistics, but then we talked and we decided that we believe that even during the war, everyone should do the work she or he can do the most professional. We know how to collect proofs of crimes and show them to people. The war is a huge crime. We have a lot of work to do. So our team decided to collect proofs of war crimes, to identify Russian soldiers, militaries, generals, to name them and show to people. Now I'm sure our findings will be useful for international cards against Russia. That morning, my daughter woke up that morning late. I just told her the war has started. Yep, I prepared her for months too. She asked if we will be killed, if her dad will be killed. I told her, I don't know, I hope no. And then she asked if she doesn't have to go to school. And she was really happy that it's her unexpected day off in school. My daughter doesn't have school anymore. It's unclear if she will see her classmates, grandparents, her dad who is in the Ukrainian army now. If she will play with her dolls and use her bicycle stayed in our apartment in Kiev. When I decided to leave Ukraine and bring my daughter to the safe place, I didn't think about inconveniences the war brings to our life. But you know, when a couple days ago I read what former Russian journalist Marina Ovsyannikova said about sanctions, it made me really angry. You should remember that woman, she appeared with that anti-war banner in Russian TV. She complained how inconvenienced that her daughter can't pay with a digital card in the school buffet. I'd like to describe with small details to Marina how inconvenient it is when your daughter doesn't have a school anymore and every day morning asks you, Mom, my dad's still alive? I'm really angry with a legend of small Russians who are victims of this war. I'm sure that your professional journalist understands the difference between real victims of the war and people who just don't want to take responsibility for their votes in elections. Thousands of Russians came to my country, destroy our life, killing, rape, and kidnap regular people. In the same time, Russians complaining they suffering without Instagram and fight for sugar in supermarkets. Real deaths, it's not the same tragedy as closed Instagram or life without digital cards. I just want to remind you, like yesterday numbers. 83% of Russians support Vladimir Putin. More than 70% Russians support the war against Ukraine. So many of small people like that their leader sent soldiers to kill Ukrainians. It's not Putin war against Ukraine, it's Russian war against Ukraine. Many of them are collaborators of the crime against humanity. And sanctions is a very small price they have to pay for their choice. It's the price for infantilism they have been living with for many years. Sanctions against Russia should be harder and harder. Maybe it's only way for them to understand that they take responsibility when they go to election. Russians finally should realize how the world lives in 21st century. For more than 1 month, my team of investigative journalists work without weekends and day offs. We have an editorial meetings every morning and publish 2-3 stories, video stories, text stories per day. We never publish so much content. Usually investigative journalism is publishing 1, 2, 3 pieces per month. Now we're publishing 2, 3 pieces per day. For last month, we have almost 2.5 million views of videos and we published on our YouTube channel. Usually we have such numbers for 12 months, for all year. Our investigative skills and our everyday hard work looks important at the war too. We do deep research, analyze data, talk to our sources, and report from hotspots in Kiev. Part of Slis24 team stay in Kiev, part moved around Ukraine, a couple journalists left Ukraine. People from my team, even in this hard circumstances, believe that our work matters. We can change something. We can help to save our country. We are not small people. Every Ukrainian feels personal responsibility for approaching the day of the victory. The day we, as investigative journalists, will come back to solving complicated offshore schemes and analyzing how budget money is spending for reconstruction of Ukraine after the war. I'm dreaming about that day, and we do everything to make dreams true. I want to be an investigative journalist. I don't want to be a war reporter. It's not my experience, but we just do our work professionally. I hope one day my daughter will see her dad, her grandparents, her classmates. Of course, she will be able to use her digital card in her school buffet. And I'm sure my daughter will never be a small person who doesn't decide anything. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Anna. We're really happy that you could come here and share your experience with us. Thanks a lot for that. And now we move on to the first panel that we have today, but we won't move too far away because we'll still be talking about projects linked to Russia, to Belarus, to Ukraine. So I'm going to ask the panelists to join me here on stage. And this panel will be moderated by Tim Large, who is the IJ4EU. Oops, no worries, it's going to be fine, just make sure no one's hurt. IJ4EU Program Manager at the International Press Institute, and he will introduce speakers, so if you want to join the stage, and he will introduce everyone in the panel. Thank you very much. You don't?
Should we use this microphone, or will people have?
Let me check. Do you want to use that one?
Oh, we can use this one.
And then I will.
Would the panelists like to join me on stage, please?
Can we give microphone to the people? Maybe.
We need microphones. I guess we can just use this and pass it around.
And I will need to pass it to journalists.
Oh, yes, where is it?
Second one.
Okay.
Okay, what we see now is a split. We will go on here in the conference room, but we will also go on in the press room to present the IJ4EU grantees. We have a panel there that is called Into the Shadows. I would like to ask all the people presenting in the press room now to leave the conference hall and come with me and go to the press room. Thanks so much.
And also, I don't know, my mic's, yes, working. please do check the program. If there's workshops or panels that you would like to see on the other room, you're very welcome to do that. With Lutz today, tomorrow will be myself. So please do that, do check the program and enroll in the workshops if you want to do that. We'll keep going here in this room, but if you have to leave at some point, just do it quietly, or do it now, not so quietly, it's fine. So you can do that. And then we'll start this panel in about 2 minutes so people can actually see whether you want to move there or not. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, why don't we begin? Thank you very much, everybody, for attending the first panel of the day. I'm Timothy Large. I manage the IJ4EU program for the International Press Institute. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to this panel because it does set the stage, following on so nicely from Anna's inspiring words. The title of this panel, Looking East, Investigating the EU's Near Abroad, is a nod to the fact that the IJ4EU program supports cross-border investigative teams, primarily, as Scott said, in EU member states. But that doesn't mean that they don't sometimes, in fact quite often, reach across borders to their colleagues in other countries on the EU's doorstep to do collaborative projects. And those countries might be in the Western Balkans, it might be Belarus, it might be Russia, and of course it might be Ukraine. And I don't need to tell you that everything that's been happening in Ukraine these last few weeks hangs over this discussion like a very heavy cloud. We do have some Ukrainian IJ4EU grantees this year. We did invite them to come and actually speak on this panel, attend this conference. Unfortunately, apart from Anna, they couldn't come, understandably, perhaps. And if I may, I'd like to just take this opportunity to pay tribute to all the journalists who are working so hard on the ground in Ukraine, wherever they're from. And of course, our thoughts are with the family and friends and colleagues of those journalists who have tragically lost their lives. Just last week, Oksana Bolina became the 5th journalist to die in Ukraine. She was killed by Russian shelling while reporting in Kiev for The Insider, a Russian news outlet which operates out of Latvia. And we are very honored today to have Roman Dobrokotov, editor-in-chief of The Insider. And Roman, on behalf of everyone here, please accept all of our condolences. I know this is a tough time for you and everyone who knew and loved Oksana, and we really appreciate your taking the time to come here. Before I introduce my second speaker and we get on with the discussion, I also would just like to acknowledge the work that is being done by many organizations to try to support independent journalists in Ukraine, wherever they're from. I know the ECPMF, our partners, are up to their ears in this kind of work, and so are many others. At IPI, our support is mainly threefold. We've tried to channel emergency funds to independent journalists on the ground. We've tried to mobilize our network outside of Ukraine to offer support for journalists, possibly even to the point of hosting them, hosting Ukrainian journalists who have had to flee, or indeed Russian journalists who have had to flee, hosting them in their newsrooms. And finally, we are trying to track and monitor every case of intimidation, every threat, every press freedom violation in Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. And our press tracker, online press tracker, I think it registers now around something like 270 specific incidents. Okay, with all of that said, let's get on with the discussion. So I've already introduced Roman, and it's my honor also to introduce Sanita Jamberger, who's the head of the Baltic Investigative Center for Investigative Journalism, Baltic Center for Investigative Journalism, more commonly known as Ray Baltica, also operates out of Riga, Latvia. Thank you very much to both of you for coming. Both of you, with IJ4EU support, are working on extremely interesting investigations. You've finished yours. I'm aware, Roman, that yours have yet to be published, so we understand that you may not be able to say everything you'd like to say at this point, but feel free to share as much as you find comfortable. And let's start with you, if we may. I know that you've been looking at the role of the intelligence, of Russian intelligence and security agencies, more generally in Europe, but also in Ukraine. As far as you can you tell us what you've found? What kinds of activities have you uncovered? I'm thinking particularly of the FSB, the Russian Internal Security Agency in Ukraine, and how does this fit into the bigger picture of Russia's use of those various agencies to try to influence the agenda? Over to you, Roman.
Yes, I would like to give a short overview of our investigations on activities of Russian military intelligence and FSB in Europe, because I think that if I just tell at least one sentence about each of these investigations, it will give a bigger picture of what's really happening in sense of Russian influence and invasion in European countries. So I can just show it in a chronological way because it possibly also can show how it evolved in last years. We started actually our investigations in 2014, but our main focus on Russian intelligence started, I would say, in 2016 and 17, when we started investigating Russian GRU operations in Europe. So the first investigation was on Russian hackers. It was right after French elections when Emmanuel Macron was hacked by the same group as Hillary Clinton and many others, many other political targets, Bundestag, by the way. So this hacking group, Fancy Bear, or APT28, was somehow linked with the Kremlin. But we looked into metadata of the emails that was hacked and then leaked, and found there a Russian name, Georgy Petrovich Roshka. And after a big investigation, and actually one of the investigators is also in the room, we found and proved that it was Russian military unit 26165. It's military unit of GRU, Russian military intelligence, and then we explored more and more their activities in Western countries, learned more names, and a year after us, Robert Mueller, special prosecutor from America, published an indictment where he proved that this was really the same military unit. So at first we started at focusing on hackers, but then was investigation when we started working together with Belarusian. It was our first mutual investigation, when we found that there is a GRU involvement in Balkan states, including attempt of coup in Montenegro. There we also found concrete officers of GRU who were working together with Serbian combatants and were funding them with like money, and again, they made stupid mistakes, like this name in metadata of emails. That was another, even more stupid mistake. Or one of them sent money to his Serbian colleagues just through Western Union, writing his real name and address of headquarters of GRU in the document, which then became an official document in this trial now. So that's how they operate. I will always mention these mistakes because it is showing the efficiency and explaining the results of their work. So that was our first mutual investigations with mutual investigation with the Belarusian, but then was a number of them. And one other important was about downing of MH17 Boeing. That was actually our first investigation, big investigation on Ukraine. And we proved that there were high-ranking GRU generals responsible for bringing missile system book to Ukraine. So we analyzed the intercepted phone calls that were published by Ukrainian SBU, and we managed to prove that these voices are the voices of the people from Russian military. To prove it, I had to call one of them, saying that I'm actually a journalist who was making an interview about like Russian military school where this guy was on the board, and I'm very interested in how this school operates, etc. So I made a 1 hour very boring interview. I needed just sample of his voice, so we just used this voice for forensic and proved that this is the same guy who was there in intercepted phone calls about the missile system. So it was 2017, then into 2018 was our next investigation on GRU, and this is possibly one you know about because it was about Salisbury poisoning. So everything we had in the beginning was 2 pictures published by Scotland Yard of 2 Russian persons who, as they said, were from GRU, but they said mentioned only their fake names, Bashirov and Petrov. So we had only there some fake information about their names and birthdays and their faces, and we managed to find their real names, biographies, and moreover, we found a third guy who also was in Britain, and British police didn't know about this. And it was also a funny story that when one of our friends, also journalist, he approached someone either from Scotland Yard or from MI6, I don't know, some of his sources, and asked, did you help Bellingcat and the Insider with this investigation? And he said, you know, when they published the real names of Bashirov and Petrov, I thought it was like our bosses leaking information to them. But when they published a third guy we never heard about, we started to understand that possibly they're working on their own. It was funny that actually using only cell phone metadata and travel data from Russian databases and open sources from social networks, you can sometimes reach more results than security services of Western countries, who usually just operate with the sources, and for them all these new investigation instruments are pretty new, so not a lot of people know how to use it. And another also funny story about this was after we investigated Hangashvili murder in Berlin in 2020 or 2020, yes, I think, or 21. So it was recently. So we found a lot of details of, so we found the real name of the murder, Krasikov, he was also from Russian security services, from FSB, and a lot of details that were not known by German authorities. And again, our source said that there was some panel, well, not panel, like some commission in Bundestag, like security commission, when they asked people from security services to join them and to discuss the Berlin murder, and asked them why there is more information published by the Bellingcat and the Insider than they reported to them, and saying that, like, you know, guys, if you need some training from the Bellingcat, we can organize you something if you need to learn it. It sounds funny, but yesterday I learned interesting fact about this. We discovered a guy who is a spy. He is now arrested in Poland, and we just analyzing his data. We understood that he is working from GRU. We possibly later will publish about this a little bit more. But also, we found that actually he participated also in training of Bellingcat. So they are more clever. They use this more progressive. But still, they're making very stupid mistakes. So it was only several examples. We had a lot of more. For example, in Netherlands, they arrested some other 4 other GRU hackers. All with the diplomatic passports, and one of them in his pocket had a ticket from taxi, again with the address from his military unit, because he just need to show to his accountants that he spent like $10 for the taxi to get this $10 back. They are using now when we investigate in Ukraine, we see that they didn't learn actually anything, because they are still using their cell phones even on Ukrainian territory, which helps us to see all these intercepted phone calls, to understand their location. Though we always made it clear that we use cell phone metadata. For example, one of the latest investigation was about poisoning of Alexei Navalny, and we published all the routes of these FSB officers who followed Navalny, including the day when and the place where he was poisoned, and we used mostly cell phone metadata. So even after we publish all our methods, they still keep using cell phones. They still they still use the same methods that make them discover easily. For example, when they print passports for FSB and GRU, both of them make the same mistake. They publish them by a series, like one serial for like 100, for example, new GRU officers. So just changing the last digit of the passport of one GRU officer, you can find another. So we can like discover dozens of them just by changing the last digit. Or, for example, they're very good in conspiracy. They don't want to register their cars on their real address. So what they do, they register it on their military unit, on their official address. So just getting data of Russian car police, you put the address of this military unit, and you have 1,000 of names, of real names and cell phones of these officers.
How do you explain this lack of sophistication?
I think that it is because for last 30 years, no one cared about all of this. So there was, all of these practices are so old, so they didn't think that there is a problem with it. But after the world changed, and we are now living in digital world when everything that you do has some digital trace, the Insider, Bellingcat, and many other new kind of investigation media became very good in analyzing this data. So they also need to change quickly to operate differently, but this is a very big bureaucratic organizations with not very well motivated people, and not very educated people. For example, all the 3 GRU agents who poisoned Skripal were from faraway villages with very simple military education, who had only 2-year training in military academia to become Russian James Bond. I think that 2 years is not enough, and what we see in the result is really not enough. So yeah, we are in some sense very lucky that all this aggressive machine is actually that ineffective and unprofessional, that possibly we can't, as a journalist, we can't stop them from doing all these crimes, but at least we can uncover them and show everybody who is standing behind all of this, and thus influence public opinion both in the world and inside Russia, because it's very important for us that Russian people understand what's going on in Russia, in Ukraine, in Europe. And actually, when you see all these opinion polls that majority of Russians support the Ukrainian war, it's actually absolutely fake. Because one example, my friends tried to make an opinion poll about war in Ukraine, and there were like somewhere 20,000 people they tried to ask about like some concrete questions about the war, and like 95% of them refused to answer. So when you publish this opinion polls results without this number, like almost everyone refused to answer, that means that these results, they're absolutely worthless. It's just because no one in such a dictatorship wants to openly say to an unknown person what he thinks about the war in Ukraine. And my impression of what I see is that vast majority is actually not supporting this war. And what we are trying to do is also to explain Russians more about the crimes that are made there and the real motives of Vladimir Putin and the authorities there. And I hope that together we can lessen the legitimacy of this war and this government even more.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions for you, Roman, towards the end of this session. So let's go now to you, Sanita, and then we'll open it up to questions. You've led an investigation titled Belarus Sanctions Busters, which is all about looking at how oligarchs close to Belarus President Lukashenko, who is, of course, under sanctions, under EU sanctions, have tried to shift assets across Baltic borders in various dodgy ways, and who is fronting these kind of activities. We'd love to hear about what you found, what were some of the techniques used, and some of the nuts and bolts, perhaps, of your investigation. And if we have time, we might even be able to bring in your colleague Charunas from Siena in Lithuania, who also took part, because I understand that very different tricks of the trade in, say, Latvia and Lithuania. So over to you, Sanita.
Thank you, Tim. And since you said that I can talk about whatever I like, I will take a liberty and talk about 2 investigations, one which was for IJ4EU, one which we did since the beginning of the war, because I come from the lucky place which is sitting next to 2 dictators. We have a border with Putin and we have a border with Lukashenko. So the first investigation concerns the border with Putin, because as you know, since the war of Ukraine, most of us probably have been sitting there like, what is this useful, what I'm doing, you know, it doesn't make sense really, it's not important. So, but you can cry only as much as you can. So we cried for a couple of days, and then as members of OCCRP, which is a large investigative network covering quite many countries, we decided to do what we know and what we still have a privilege to do, which is we started to look into Putin's cronies and supporters' assets all over Europe. Because you can always make an investigation like, there are 4 properties in Sardinia, how horrible. But in our case, it was over 80 journalists in 25 media outlets looking all over Europe and also United States about who from Navalny 35 list and the relatives have properties, because I don't have to explain to you why that is necessary. First of all, it is necessary for the law enforcement to freeze these assets. They have to know where those assets are, and those assets are very often hidden behind the relatives. The second reason why it is important is that we have to know, as Europeans, the overall picture, what's happening in our countries, because those tentacles go into politics, those tentacles go into economy. So in 3 weeks, we collected a database. Go to OCCRP Russian Asset Tracker. We collected a database where you can click on the respective oligarch or billionaire, see what he owns all over the place, what's the value of it. And the difference is that those are fact-checked assets. And those of you who have ever worked with OCCRP knows what the OCCRP fact-checking means. I'll save the word. But basically, behind every asset, there is a record from the land registry, from the business registry, and that makes it trustable, and they're very good at yachts too. So one thing from that investigation is that when you work in these large cooperatives, you have to hold your own interests. It took us 3 weeks, which in a newsroom is eternity. In OCCRP, it is the Olympics. So, but still we were losing every day competitiveness of the stories because others in our countries were looking for them too. But it kind of rewards you that you're part of something bigger. You're part of overall European, American, whatever effort, not just someone. And the beauty is that it never stops, because we're coming up with a second wave of properties and we'll not really stop until we find all we think we should. That is as far as Putin is concerned, but I wanted to give out the shout about this project because if someone hasn't seen it, it's probably the best in terms of who owns what, of what I have seen so far. And so we move to Belarus, and the tragedy is that since Putin's Russia's atrocities in Ukraine, everyone has already forgotten what happened in Belarus a bit before, how after the elections Lukashenko and his thugs were beating up the people, imprisoning students, raping the protesters, making them leave the country. And as of yesterday, there were 1,111 political prisoners in Belarus. And they're not freed, and they'll probably not be freed. So when this was going on, we were thinking, and the international sanctions were started to be introduced, we were thinking that, okay, what we know is that the Baltics is the entry point for the Belarusian cargo in European ports. And also, we knew that through OCCRP, Sharunas had worked with Belarusian team before, so we had someone who knew the country a bit better than we did. So we decided to look into who is, because when there will be sanctions, there will be attempts to go around them. So we decided to look into enablers, so who is helping these Belarusian semi-garchs. I don't dare to call them oligarchs because there's no media in that country. So who will be helping them and what will be the method, how they will go around the sanctions. So the thing is, unlike Russians, Belarusians are not that rich and sophisticated into hiding their money yet. You will not see, offshore jurisdictions, something very far. No, you will have a local enablers. And it is important to know their names because they will show up again and again and again. The same people will be fronting for the same oligarchs, semi-garchs. And that is what we proved in terms of two Belarusian oligarchs who close to Lukashenko. Basically, the system works like this. He gives them favors in, exporting tobacco, oil, potassium, whatsoever, and they give him part of the wealth they bring in. So we looked at the people who were fronting the oil trade in the Baltic ports of Riga and Tallinn. We found them, a very enigmatic Estonian-Russian duo who are fronting assets of Nikolai Vorobey and also Alexei Aleksin. We found a Belarusian woman who was working as intermediary in these purchases. And this is very important. That's why you need a Belarusian partner or whatever partner with a country you work with. We see her name. Who is she? I mean, a multi-talented blonde in her 30s making a multi-million deals. And then the Belarusian colleagues will say, okay, she is this, and that. This is her address in Minsk, and this is what she does. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do that. But then the second thing was to look into how you can cheat the sanctions with a custom codes. And when I looked at that story, I was not sure it is a story. Anyone will understand that story, apart from the author, even if he would. So basically, the thing is, when we were seeing that we were calling for sanctions, but there was a normal trade going on last year between the Baltics and the Belarus. The trade volumes were up. So what is that? And one explanation was that raw materials have become more expensive. But another one was in the customs. You have a code for everything you export or import over the borders. They're quite lengthy. And there was a ban on oil products. That transit had to be stopped. And one of our colleagues, Raimo from Estonia, was looking in those codes and saying, hey, there is one code which is appearing here with very high imports in Estonia. Do you have it? And we said, no, never had it. Lithuanians never had it. Estonians were importing in some months over 90% of EU volumes of a certain petrol product, oil product. So basically the thing is, you as a sender put on the code what you are exporting. And sometimes they check on other end, and sometimes they don't. And oil products have a lot of different codes. This one was not on a sanction list. That was the difference. It was the one which was not there. So basically, by cheating with the code, Estonians were transiting a very high amount of Belarusian oil and oil product. And here comes the good part. We call this the investigation with the fastest impact in Baltic's history, because when it was published, Estonian government next day said that this is unacceptable, we kind of didn't know it. 3 days later, they passed a ban, Estonian ban on this concrete code, saying we are not allowing it anymore. And they were asking on EU not to allow it as well. But EU is a very slow machinery, as you know. But then Russia invaded Ukraine, and the sanction list was opened, both for Russia and Belarus, because Lukashenko is supporting that. So the code 2707 went into a banned substances on EU level very, very fast. And it all came out of the really boring statistical story, which I thought as editor, Jesus, I will never understand it. But I'm feeling like a total impostor here, because there should be 6 of us sitting here. That was how many of us were in this investigation. And therefore, I would take a liberty and give a microphone to my good friend Šarūnas to tell about the potash kings in Lithuania, because sometimes you enable people, but sometimes you have local profiteers who move to Switzerland. Good man, I think they need to see you, so...
Feel free to take a seat up here, Šarūnas, yes.
Hi. Well, first of all, I'd like one person to stand up. There's one more member of the team, Stas. Yep, Stas is the leader of our Belarusian team, and he heads the team that made it all happen. In brief, we were following the enablers, the Lithuanian enablers, the 2 principal businessmen that were on top of the Belarusian fertilizer transit through Lithuania. There was a call to ban the transit. It didn't go through in several rounds of sanctions imposed by the EU. There was actually a move by the US. The principal producer of the fertilizers was sanctioned by the US, but it allegedly didn't affect Lithuania. But still, we investigated the company and we saw a model. We saw a huge contrast. Belaruskali, the Belarusian company that produces enormous amounts of potash fertilizers, it's one of the top exporters in the world. It has poor equipment. The people are working in miserable conditions. They're working with machinery that's manufactured in the 60s, for example. People die there. And the company with billions of dollars worth in exports on an annual basis doesn't have the money to replace their machinery. In the meantime, their partners in Lithuania, they thrive. And they don't only thrive through the central company, which is co-owned with Belaruskali, but also they thrive through a network of companies of their own that feed off this business. So only a part of the profit made in Lithuania actually returns to Belarus. Vast amounts of profits stay in Lithuania in the hands of the Lithuanian enablers. That money is being converted to luxurious houses. That money is being converted into politics. One of the principal enablers used the money to get on board with one of the leading political parties in Lithuania, and he's officially now the richest elected politician in Lithuania. So we were exposing this particular scheme of how the Lithuanian enablers make huge profits while the workers in Belarus are actually dying. And it also led to another revelation. Since we worked with Stas and his team for several years, we had the reputation of being the leading organization in Lithuania when it comes to investigating Belarus. And it worked amazingly when the scandal erupted, because the Lithuanian government announced that in December the potash transit is going to stop because of the US sanctions. Well, it didn't. It didn't because the official version was that Belaruskali made advance payments to the Lithuanian railways, and because of those advanced payments, they were forced to continue the transit for several more months. But we were approached by a whistleblower who leaked communication between the Lithuanian railways and Lithuanian fintech companies. The thing was, because of the US sanctions, all the Lithuanian banks said no to servicing the transactions with Belaruskali. And instead, the Lithuanian side, not the Belarusian side, went looking for replacement. They were looking for fintech companies who would take up these services. We wrote about that, and it was another case of fast impact with this collaboration of ours. The head of Lithuanian Railways stepped down within days. Within weeks, the Lithuanian government officially stopped all the transit of Belarusian potash through the country. And now the Belarusian potash is also a banned substance according to the EU sanctions. And also one more fun thing, and this is the last thing I'm going to say about our collaboration. Roman was talking about blunt and stupid things they do. Well, it's the same thing for Belarus. They do blunt and stupid things, and thanks to the enormous gaps in IT security in Belarusian authorities, our Belarusian team has access to enormous amounts of data. One of these data sets was the Belarusian car registry. And that was one of the funniest stories and one of the funniest impacts I've had in my life. So we discovered that Alexei Aleksin, one of the Belarusian oligarchs that got sanctioned by the EU and the US after our stories, he's the Belarusian tobacco king, and he got vast favors from Lukashenko. He's basically sitting on top of the entire tobacco industry in Belarus. He's sitting on top of the smuggling industry as well. He's basically benefiting from most of the cigarettes that go on the black market across the EU. And on the same year, in 2018, when he got all those favors from Lukashenko, he just donated 9 vehicles to Lukashenko's personal guard. And those 9 vehicles included 2 Maybachs. So yeah, when it comes to affecting Belarus, it would be naive to expect something to change dramatically within the political apparatus, but within days after we released the story, Lukashenko announced that he's no longer driving the Maybachs and he's switching to some Russian supercar, Aurus, is it right? So yeah, we made Lukashenko switch cars. That was something. That's all, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and it must be very satisfying to have such immediate impact, large or small. Let's open it up to the floor now. If you have any questions or comments, you're more than welcome. I think we still have some time here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have a roving microphone. Do we have a person to do the roving? Otherwise, we can just pass it here. No. Okay. Thanks.
So Roman, you talked a lot about the GRU's mistakes that they made historically. Have you seen in the last month or so, through the activity that they've made in Ukraine or connected to Ukraine, any mistakes which you could report on or you think are happening?
If we speak about Ukrainian campaign, I think all of it consisted from stupid mistakes, including the war itself, and the results are speaking by themselves, that they failed to do anything there. So one of the first mistake is that they, what the first they did is just sending these people from Service for Special Operations of GRU, which is kind of elite members who participate like in special operations, like this Kabul style when they tried to capture authorities there in 1989. So this kind of operations, these people are not about war, they are about like kidnapping some politicians or something like this. So they sent these hundreds of these best qualified people to Kiev, thinking that they will, I don't know, kidnap Zelensky or something. And of course, all of them were shot, right? Many of them right in the airport in Kiev. And so they lost their best troops in the first days. Also, there were lots of intercepted phone calls, and that was usually like, do you have, we listening them, do you have like this special equipment for securely speaking? No, it's not working. Okay, so we'll tell you like everything by phone. Okay, if you can't tell your message without your cell phone, possibly it's the last thing you can do. But of course, the result is that all of them were identified, located, and then shot by Bayraktar drones. So I think this time it's not just because they're ineffective on its own, but it is also because no one was preparing this war, because it was kept in secret, all this Putin's idea of invasion in Ukraine and fighting in Kiev, etc. No one was preparing to this. So when they understood what the target is, they had like 2 weeks to prepare something, and of course they failed. And now they are very, as what we get from our sources, that they are absolutely depressed and unmotivated because all of this, because they think that they were like betrayed and that their bosses just sent them to death. So, which is true actually. So yeah, and if we speak about what they previously done in Ukraine, so there were actually a lot of preparations in the sense of like special operations, like terror attacks and like provocations. There were all this last 8 years they were doing something like this. Many of them were captured in Ukraine, then exchanged for Ukrainian troops and journalists. But the most stupid were the last ones. Like in the last day before the war, they made several provocations to explain why Russia should invade Ukraine. So it was like, you know, in 1939, this German provocation on this radio station, this kind of style. And but it was so stupid that like no one really could believe it. For example, they captured a Ukrainian like terrorist or like ultra-right nationalists who wanted to make a terror attack in Crimea. First of all, why would he want it? But anyway, they would show him with some stickers where it was like, I love Ukraine. So I can imagine like ultra-Nazi from Ukraine coming to Crimea to make a terror attack and also put some stickers on the walls, so because why wouldn't you miss the chance to do this, right? And it's also, I really don't now understand if they now repeating all these Nazi-style provocations just because this is a Nazi-style system, or they really learn from it, because they had this false flag operation about like that Ukrainians wanted to make an explosion on Russian chemical some facility in Donbass, and they captured some Ukrainian like militaries who tried to do this. And for some reason, they published that they were speaking Polish. So why would Ukrainians speak Polish, first of all? But during this Nazi provocation on this radio station, it was that they were speaking Polish. These Nazi people from SS, they were started to speak Polish because, but this was provocation from Poland. That's why they speak Polish. Why these Ukrainian guys speak Polish, no one understood. Possibly it's just they looked in Wikipedia how this provocation should look like and just repeated this scenario. So yeah, this was also very stupid, answering your question.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, over here. Get the mic to you. And feel free to identify yourself if you'd like, so we know who you are.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm head of Europe and Central Asia for Article 19. And thank you to all of you for your work. Roman, I wanted to ask you, your work obviously has a huge audience outside of Russia, but how do you, how is the work received within Russia? And in particular, is it possible for you to cut through to non-opposition audiences within the country?
So there are two parts of this question. So first part is about censorship in Russia, because they blocked all the independent websites, including ours, of course. But we saw that, like, in the first days of war, we had like 10 times more audience. So usually we had some simultaneously 300-400 people on our website, and it became 3,000 simultaneously reading our website. Then they blocked our website, it went down, but is still higher than before the war. So it's like around 1,000, so like 3 times higher than it used to be. So it shows that Russians are using VPNs. Most of this traffic is from Russia. So Russians are using VPNs, and they're good at it. So it looks like, for now, censorship is not working, for now, because they want to change all the internet infrastructure, and this is technically possible to make VPNs impossible. So that's what they're trying to do this year, but still for now, we have very big audience. It's around 4 million per month. For a small website, it's not bad. But we used to have so our investigations were reposted and quoted by all the other media, like TV Rain, Novaya Gazeta, Echo of Moscow, and many others. So like after every hour investigation, I had phone calls from all this media, and then they would report about our investigations. Now all of this media are closed and immigrated, so they have only YouTube now. Of course, this is very bad for proliferation of information, but still, I think that for now, this viral mechanism of spreading information through social networks is still working, because still millions and millions of Russians are using Facebook, Vkontakte, YouTube to get information. So we see that our social media is growing exponentially after the beginning of the war. Twitter, YouTube, especially Telegram. Many of them very difficult to censor, like Telegram is impossible to censor for now, at least. So I think that, yeah, we're a little bit going out of this narrow bubble of already liberal oppositional people. And still there is a challenge how to break through to the wider audience. But my impression is that, like, you have three parts of audience in Russia. So one are people who are like more or less liberal European style Russians, like more than 30%, mostly young people. 30% of zombies who really believe that Putin is good and who really trust them and who don't believe in war in Ukraine. And it's like a sect, so you can't really influence them with normal arguments, with rationality, because it's like psychologically defense system. They just filter. We have a lot of like impressive number of cases when people living in Ukraine are calling to their relatives in Crimea, in Russia, and saying that we are bombed now. We don't know what to do. We're crying. We see that like Russia is bombing us, and they're saying like, we don't believe you. It's all lies. It's all propaganda. Please don't call us again. It's impressive, but we saw it many times. So we personally spoke with these people. So this is about the 30% of this bubble. But there's a big share of people in the middle. So we want to influence now these people in the middle, and we believe that most of these people in the middle are against the war, but they're very afraid. Very stressed because of economic problems inside Russia, because they're going to lose their jobs, they can't feed their families, etc. So they will not say it out loud to pollsters, but we think that their attitude to politics, to Putin, is changing very quickly, and they are going to join this 30% of oppositioners soon.
Anybody else? Ah, yes, over here.
Thank you. I have a question for Sanita Jemberga, because you said something that I think is really important and is shared by, actually, Anna Babinet said as well, and is shared by many people in this room. It's actually the feeling of frustration when the war began, because we actually ask ourselves that what we are doing is not useful. How do you operate further with that? And how is your frustration dealing with it? Is it, you know, like, did you survive it, let's say? Or do you think that this is leading maybe to a new kind of investigative journalism? Because we have reached a new stage also with the war. So maybe it's a new way of finding ways out, of finding ourselves doing something useful. Thank you.
I don't think that frustration will end unless the war ends, because you really feel like, okay, you're doing something, but at the same time you think what Anna is doing, what her team is doing, and you kind of feel useless. But I know as a journalist only one way how to deal with frustration, and that is work. Work and work more. So basically, in our case, that means focusing really on Putin's people assets, on Putin's people influence, because in the Baltics, you would be surprised. I come from the country of almost 2 million people, which you know, is like a big city. How much of the Russian oligarchy property is in that small country, because there is historic ties. How much of influence there is in the politics via the Gazprom. And you know that the previous prime minister works for Gazprom. Our hockey team plays in the Russian Hockey League, sponsored by Gazprom. So but it makes me angry as hell. And anger and more working is the only thing which really gets you through it. So yeah, our focus is kind of on Putin, and also internationally, because you really have to understand where you stand in that vault. Europe has long been, kind of the playground. It's kind of, let's buy Russian gas and close eyes. Let's allow them to buy properties wherever they want and not ask questions. Where is this money coming from? And I think we really have to focus on it, because as a journalist, as Anna said properly, you don't go into army unless you're a professional soldier. But this is the only thing I know how to do. So basically just work on it, both on Russia, on Belarus, for helping people like Stas, who exactly as Roman has lost their basically ability to work in their countries. They had to leave those countries. So out of solidarity, that brings you some purpose for work. And if that purpose is not enough, then basically you have to go and volunteer for organizations which help Ukraine. Because we have, how many refugees has Poland taken? We are taking now quite a big numbers, because we used to have a large Ukrainian diaspora anyway. So if your daily angry work doesn't bring a satisfaction, then there is an evening work for volunteerism. But basically, the challenge Ukraine is facing after a month of the war is that people will start to forget that there is a war. It will kind of normalize, because you can't read about the horrors of Mariupol every day. You just want to live your kind of peaceful life next to crazies. But the challenge is not to lose that focus, that there is a war. And I think for international journalism community, our task is actually to help them not to lose that focus, that they are under attack, and because it's their survival. I'm sorry if I took long and if I was emotional, but I'm just, yeah.
Not at all.
Just add something to what Sanita said. I believe it's actually #1 task for investigative journalists right now, and a very important one, to make sure that the sanctions work. Because our work in the past proved that sanctions have huge holes. They're quite easily circumvented. And one hole, which there is in sanctions legislation, both in the EU and US, is that the business owners can hide their businesses by transferring ownership to their employees, and to companies that belong to their employees. And there is a very complicated process in sanctioning these bodies. So this is, for example, what all the Belarusian oligarchs did. None of their businesses is actually targeted. All their companies continue to operate. And I believe right now, sanctions is one of the important tools to actually to affect Putin in his war in Ukraine. So actually working on making these sanctions work is one important thing. And another very important thing is for Western journalists to actually show solidarity and bring these questions up inside EU countries, where these sanctions are ineffective because of a lack of political will to enforce them. There is enough political will to introduce sanction, but to enforce that they actually work, there is a lack of.
Very much. I think we have about 8 or 9 minutes left, so feel free to. Any more? Do you have a question over here? Yeah. Yes, great.
Thank you. Very short question. Do Russian and Belarusian oligarchs try to litigate, and do they try to use the legal system and the courts against your investigations?
Roman, would you like to start with that?
Not really, because we shaped our media that way that it is very difficult even to understand how it's legally structured, so even in what country we should be meet them in court, and also because as I see, they usually go after journalists in court in the countries where the court is controlled by the government, like in Russia, and there are some trials against our publications, but we don't pay any attention because what can they do there? Or they go after journalists if they see, for example, some at least slight mistake they can use to make a big fine, like it was in this Catherine Belton book in London, because she used this quotation from Pugachev, who is actually not very reliable source. So they just use only that quotes that were possibly not very correct to go after all the book and the journalists. That's what can they do sometimes. But what we do, we usually, in our investigations, we try not to even quote some people like Pugachev or something. So we usually, everything that we publish have documents or something behind this. So I don't even know how can they try to fight us in court if they even would like to.
Sanita, are Belarusian oligarchs more litigious?
Stas, I don't think so, because they would have to fight us in the Latvian court or Lithuanian court or Estonian court. It's not their home turf. They can, and I mean, we are not London. You really don't come to the Baltics and try to, you know, make millions as a lawyer litigating for some oligarchs. So we're kind of okay on that front. But what happens is, and about Russians as well, I mean, in our case, we would be too small for them because who cares? You know, again, it's not London, but they would probably go against bigger structure as OCCRP because, you know, it covers all of them. But OCCRP, and I'm looking at Gordana because if someone doesn't know what OCCRP is, go to that woman with the scarf, she will tell you. But OCCRP also tries to help with a legal advice, because what happens sometimes is we as a journalist don't realize that most of these materials with the names who doesn't mean much to the audience end up in banking, anti-money laundering monitoring. And when some of these people, even enablers, you know, of the third sort, come to the bank runs the name, and they are up there in the anti-money laundering. And, you know, the people don't get their accounts opened, they get suspended, they get quite angry. We had a case recently which was not a Russian and Belarusian, which was even funny, it was Uzbek. And it was from 5 years ago. Someone saying, you know, recall your story. And we said, you know, you got just about 5 years too late, but what's wrong? And it turned out, yes, that the guy is still showing up in the banking system 5 years later in anti-money laundering monitoring. He is having difficulty to run his business, and therefore he wants this story to be removed. But of course, we're not doing it. And we can end up litigating with him 5 years later because the Latvian rule of civil litigation is 10 years. Somebody can go for you 10 years.
All right, time for one more quick question, if anybody has it. Yes.
I could throw you the microphone.
Well, you might need it to answer.
All right, I'll keep it short. My name is Lisa. I work for Reporters Without Borders here in Berlin, and I wanted to ask Roman, we're seeing independent journalists, over here, leave Russia at a pace we've never seen before, and obviously as RSF and many other organizations here, we're trying to support them as best as we can whilst they go abroad. But where do you see the biggest issue as someone who knows well how to work from exile in terms of future investigative journalism coming from abroad? How can we support these people to continue their work as best as they can? Well, from Warsaw, Berlin, and Paris.
Thanks.
I think that working as investigative journalists from abroad is absolutely possible. And I remember one story that can illustrate it. So one of our prominent investigative journalists, Sergei Yuzhov, he he has kind of like, so I asked him to publish at least like 2 big investigations per month, and also some other texts, so it's like kind of norm for a journalist. And he's very good at it, so he published, and at some point I noticed that he's like his pictures from not from Moscow, and I said like, are you still in vacations? He said, no, actually I decided not to go back from Montenegro. So I even didn't notice that actually he's working from another country, you know, because he didn't need to be in Moscow to make his investigations. Most of our investigations are this kind of investigations where you need to use databases, open sources, speaking with people through Signal, or I don't know. So this is a very small share of things that you do where you need to be on the ground. For example, you need to make a video from a drone. Some people refuse to speak without meeting personally. There are less and less of people of this, but there are still some. And we still have some people working on the ground in Russia who are doing all of this. But again, this is a small percentage. So I want to encourage all of the people who are now leaving Russia. It's like most of Russian independent journalists are now leaving the country, that you can continue your job. And we now actually hired at least 10 people who were fired from the media in Russia, and we took them to the Insider recently after the war, because we thought that yes, we can expand, we can work from Europe. We have people in Poland, in Czech Republic, in France, in Britain, in Austria, a lot of people in Poland, in Georgia. So it's like a real global team. It's just inside the Insider, but we also work with the Belarusian, with OCCRP, with other organizations. So now I think investigative journalism is already very global.
Okay, I think that's about it. If I may, I might just slip in one more question for you, Roman, just really quickly. How confident do you think Putin should be about the loyalty of the security services and the intelligence services around him?
I think that he always was very worried about the possibility of a coup in Russia. And that's why he always had his own glass in all the foreign trips for many, many years, for 20 years, I think. He was afraid of poisoning from the very beginning because he poisons people himself. That's why he's expected something like this. So he's defending himself very good in this way because he's always prepared. But still, of course, there are lots of people in the security services who, especially in the middle level, who think that this war was a mistake and the country goes into the wrong direction. Many of them were thinking that also poisoning of Navalny and others was also a bad thing for the country, though many of them still hate USA, etc. But still, especially if these people from younger generation, so all, as you know, all the Russian elite is now 70 years old, like Putin, Lavrov, Shoigu, Patrushev, Bortnikov, everyone. It's like 70 years old. But the middle level is like average, like middle-aged people, and they a little bit more European in their thinking. And yeah, they would be ready to this kind of overthrowing regime, but I think that it will happen only when economic crisis would be that tough that millions of people would go to streets to protest, so they would kind of legitimize this changing of regime. I think it is very likely in pretty near future, and everyone now in Russia is now just sitting and waiting for some changes because there is some expectation that something must change, that we can't continue this way for a long time.
Thank you very much. Roman, Salinsa, thank you so much for a really interesting discussion. Thank you for your questions. I believe we now have a coffee break. Is that correct? Yeah. Oh well.
now, and we'll be back at 3:10, so we'll have a panel on slabs. Please be on time so we can start with that. And thank you very much, Tim, and the speakers. Thank you. So welcome everyone from the break. I hope you could use it to get to know each other a little bit. It wasn't that long, but we'll have more time for that. So now we're starting with a panel on legal threats, particularly on SLAPs, which are strategic lawsuits against public participation. So we'll be looking at the situation and also some improvements that can be done. So this panel will be moderated by Charlie Holt. He is a legal counsel for campaigns at Greenpeace International, where he leads the organization SLAP's resilience strategy, if that's correct. And I'll give the floor to you so you can introduce the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here to moderate this panel, where we'll be discussing SLAPs and the best ways to counter the threat of SLAPs. As has already been said, my name is Charlie Holt. I've been working on SLAPs for about 6 years, and in that time, the word SLAP has really gained in prominence. I think this is attributable to a number of things, but really since 2017 and the shocking assassination of Daphne Caruana Galizia, civil society groups have become increasingly sensitive to the threat that SLAPs pose to journalists and other public watchdogs. And yet it's still probably true that the average journalist in Europe is more likely to have felt the impact of a SLAP than they are to know what the word SLAP means. So I think it's important just to start very briefly with definitions. And I guess at this point I have to be clear that unfortunately I won't be talking about Will Smith or the Oscars. It's not that type of SLAP. I am talking about the acronym SLAP, Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. SLAPs are a form of abusive lawsuit which are designed to shut down acts of public participation. SLAPs act through the litigation process, which they use to drive up costs and harass the target. However spurious the threat in question, or the legal claim in question, the mere threat of protracted litigation can therefore be a huge threat to the operations of journalists and other public watchdogs. SLAPs are a form of judicial harassment, and the impact can be both psychologically and financially draining. We're very lucky, therefore, to have with us today Saranda Rama, an award-winning investigative journalist from Kosovo, who will be able to tell us about her own first-hand experiences of being at the receiving end of SLAPs. In recent years, civil society groups have been working to identify the full scale and nature of the SLAP problem. Research by the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe, or CASE, has found in an analysis of 570 cases over a 10-year period that there has been a year-on-year increase in the number of SLAPs across the continent. This has prompted action from the European Commission. And next month, we expect to hear from the EC what measures they will be taking forward to tackle the threat of SLAPs. And we're very lucky here to have Pierre Lindholm, who will be able to tell us more about these measures and what we can expect next month. The work of CASE, the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe, isn't just limited to EU advocacy, however. CASE also works to tackle the threat of SLAPs by exposing those who use SLAPs, by advancing anti-SLAP solutions, and by building the resilience of public watchdogs to SLAPs. We have two people here who sit on the steering committee of CASE and can tell us more about the work that they do. We have Flortura Casari here, who is the senior legal advisor to the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, and can tell us about how she's been working to counter threats both through CASE and through the media response free. I got it so close earlier, didn't I? MFRR. Thank you so much, Flortura. Flortura can also explain what that stands for. And finally, we'll be hearing from Sarah Clark, who will be talking through Article 19's research on SLAPs as well. Sarah Clark is the European Director of Article 19 and can tell us more about some of the solutions they've identified to the SLAP problem. But I'd really like to start with you, Saranda, and be very grateful to hear about your own experience of SLAPs and how you found it's impacted your work.
Dear organizers, thank you for inviting me. Dear all, my name is Saranda Rama. I'm a journalist in the biggest media group in Kosovo. For a decade, I'm working as an investigative journalist at Koha Group. In the first 5 years as a journalist, I have covered health public system. For the last 5 years, I have been investigative journalist for the justice system. I came here to share my experience with slap suits. I was 19 years old when I started working as a journalist. A month later, a state official at the time, he threatened me. But the most officials and businesses that I wrote about firstly tried to be friends with me. They invited me to parties, invited me to dinner, asked me to meet with them after work for a beer, and a lot of other invitations. They thought that because they belonged to the elite of powerful people, I would like to be close of them. Of course, they were wrong. Then they started offering me money to shut up about them. Various companies also went to my family and offered money to stop my work as an investigative journalist. Politicians have offered me many times jobs in assembly and government. Still, I are doing that. Of course, I have never taken anything from anyone. They once realized that I will never be their friend, and it's problem, and it's impossible to corrupt me. So I remember one time a government official went to my family and scared my parents. I reported in police, but I don't stop reporting about him. So over the years, they tried to intimidate, blackmail, and corrupt me. When they failed, they found another way of launching. They started making lawsuits. I have 9 of them. The first lawsuit against me was filed by former head of medicine agency or drug agency in Kosovo who has close relationships with former Prime Minister of Kosovo, Isa Mustafa. He demanded compensation for me for 170,000 euros. In the lawsuit, he didn't mention anything or his claims when I lied. He only said I was very bad emotionally when I read the article of Salonda. My investigation was based on documents proving that he had not undergone any procedure to become a pharmacist and then to become chief of this institution. When I received this lawsuit, I didn't sleep for several days or weeks. I asked myself, what if this person knows someone in court? What if he corrupts someone? Where I will find €500,000 to pay him. It was the first time in my life that I thought if it's worth working as a journalist. My first time and the last time. But the truth always worth it. A 16-year-old was sexually abused by her teacher. She reported the teacher to a police officer, but after this, she was sexually abused by the same police officer. So this was a story the lawyer of this girl told in public. But in Kohaditore newspaper that I'm working still for this newspaper, and we have a lot of doubts about this story. So we investigated about this story, and our results is that even the lawyer have abused sexually with this girl. The lawyer sued me and demanded 200,000 euros. The case has not yet been handled by court, but the lawyer has already been convicted of sexual abuse, so it's worth. I have reported a lot on government contract that damage the state budget by 53 million euros. 2 months ago, the prosecution filed indictments against several high-profile officials in this case. One of the accused is a former advisor to former minister. In the day the indictment was filed, I mistakenly referred to him as a chief of state, a chief of cabinet, not advisor. I apologize. Media, when I work, apologize publicly, but he sued me about this before a month ago, and he wants compensation. I can talk about lawsuits, but I prefer to talk about my work. I have a lot of affairs of corruption to investigate, and I don't want to lose focus from them. I love journalism. I go to work with enthusiasm. I investigate corruption at the highest level without being afraid. And then, here and there, I remember I being asked to pay €1 million or more. I would have to work around 8 years to pay this amount. Unfortunately, when I got such lawsuits, I spend time dealing with them, so I cannot do my job. I have to prepare for court, and I have to wait for decades until my case is resolved. So I wanted to have a time to focus my work, and my work, it's not to go to court. My work is to investigate, and to investigate especially in corruption cases. Last week, I was in Ukraine. For political reasons, I'm the first and only journalist who was able to be in Ukraine from Kosovo, because Ukraine don't know our passports. And I was thinking today if the persons who make a suit against me have saw that I'm in Ukraine, because if they heard about this, they understand that if I'm not afraid to go and to report from war when I'm near the death, I will not be afraid from politicians and other persons with power to go in court. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarandra. Pierre, we've heard there a very powerful account of the nature and impact of SLAPPs, which does, of course, then prompt the question, what are the solutions? I know you've been working on these solutions for a long time, and it would be great to hear from you what the European Commission might be preparing by way of solutions.
Thank you, Charlie. First of all, I'm not a journalist, I'm a lawyer, but I hope to be a good lawyer. So my name is Pierre Lindholm. I'm working in the European Commission, and I try shortly to explain to you what we are doing, why we are doing, and what will be the follow-up. So when I first actually encountered SLAPP, it was after Daphne's murder, which was also addressed in the European Commission. That was back in spring 2018, and I needed to Google to know what is a SLAPP. Well, fortunately, now I know, after all these years working on them, together with many of the people here, Charlie and Sarah and Flutura, and many of the others. So what we are planning to do, we're going to adopt soon, very soon, an initiative against SLAPP. It will be adopted on the 27th of April, so it's in only a few weeks' time. Why are we doing this? I already referred to the murder of Daphne. It was really a wake-up call, and it really drew also our attention to the risks the journalists are facing every day in their work. Daphne's case was a very extreme case, but of course it's only a tip of the iceberg. There are lots of other cases who don't receive the media attention, who are journalists suffering, facing the things Saranda has been facing, but not getting all the attention needed, not getting any help. So the aim is really to find solutions to help. So who is doing this? Basically, I can say that the initiative is really thanks to the civil society, to the journalists themselves and the civil society, because you are the ones who have been pushing. You are the ones who have been telling the politicians in the Commission, in the Member States, something needs to be done, we're being threatened, this is a threat to democracy. So it's very much thanks to you. Also, in the Commission, it's Vice President Vera Jourova. She has made a very personal commitment to address this issue, to find solutions, to help journalists and others facing slaps. So basically, we started from journalists, looking first to how we could help journalists. But just to clarify that this has broadened up in the course of the work. And now the aim is to protect broadly, not only journalists, but also human rights defenders, civil society organizations. So not only natural persons, but also legal persons, meaning NGOs, publishing houses who publish the articles or a book, and others indeed who are participating in bringing in matters of public interest to the attention of the general public. Also, the European Parliament has been actually very active on this one, and they have been pushing. I know again that it has been very much thanks to the civil society and journalists bringing this up with them as well. So what are we going to do exactly? We have a package. It's going to be both legislation and soft law, non-legislative measures. Unfortunately, being the European Union, we are bound by the treaties, bound by the powers given to us by the member states. So we cannot do everything. We are limited by the treaties, but what I can say is that we aim to do the maximum we're able to do within our powers. So on legislation, basically it has got three main elements. As I already said, we will protect broadly both natural persons and legal persons, and apart from journalists and human rights defenders, for instance, academics and researchers, trade union activists, and others. So there are many, many others, and we didn't want to close the protection, because then suddenly you can have a case, you define, okay, this is only for journalists, and then there are others who actually are facing the same issue. The legislation, it will have three main elements. This is the aim because, of course, it is not even yet adopted our proposal, but I can tell you what is the aim and the purpose. So basically, first element is early dismissal of slaps, so that the suffering is over soon, so that as quickly as possible in accelerated procedure, the cases are dismissed. The second pillar is that you have other safeguards. Sometimes a case cannot be immediately dismissed because there may be need to look into the elements of the case, but there are other safeguards. There is a possible to require a security from the claimant. There is a possibility once a case has been addressed and it's abusive, the court has decided it's abusive, the court can grant costs, damages to the defendant, to the target of slap, and also put a penalty on the claimant. This is meant to be a deterrent. Don't come again with a similar type of case. The third pillar is to protect EU journalists and human rights defenders and others from slap from the third countries. So the idea is to prevent recognition and enforcement of third country SLAPPs in the EU. And the second pillar is to turn the tables, that if there is a judgment in a third country against you, then actually you can demand compensation and cost from the third country claimant targeting you. So you turn the tables. Charlie, I know, yes. Sounds familiar to you because many of the people here, they have been also involved in our work in our expert group, so they know many of these elements. Then that is legislation, and there we can only target cross-border cases currently because of our limitations in our competencies, but we are also interpreting cross-border broadly. And unfortunately, with the legislation, it's just a Commission proposal, and we need still to negotiate that with the Member States. That may take a bit of time. Normal time is 1 to 2 years. I'm not talking about proposals which take 20 years to negotiate. That happens, but hopefully not here. So we think we also have a good momentum with Ukraine, with the oligarchs using SLAPPs, so we are convinced that we also have a good momentum with the Member States. On soft law, the core elements, and the good news with the soft law is that once it's adopted on the 27th of April, it will be immediately applicable. It's a Commission recommendation, so we can start immediately implementing these measures, unlike the legislation which still needs to be negotiated. The main elements are we invite Member States to address SLAPPs at the domestic level, also criminal and administrative SLAPPs. Then we also will provide training. We will provide awareness raising, obviously, because there is still a lot of lack of knowledge of SLAPP. For instance, an obvious target are the judges, so that they immediately know when there is a SLAPP case, that a red flag is kind of in their mind, and they know that this needs to be now swiftly addressed. Then, obviously, support to the defendants, to the targets of SLAPP, various type of support measures. Also data collection, because there is still lack of data on SLAPP, although the civil society has done great efforts actually to address this and collect information on the cases, but there is still lack of data. And as I said, the good news is that it will be immediately applicable next month when they adopt. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Pierre, and thank you so much for all of your work on this. Flottura, you work both with CASE and the Media Freedom Rapid Response Mechanism. Got there, I had to give it another go. Could you tell us how civil society is working to counter the threat of SLAPPs?
Yes, thank you, Charlie. I think it's easier to sit here now after 3 years to talk about SLAPPs, especially 1 month before we have the first results of our joint campaign, for 2 reasons. One is because we have more data and we know more what is happening and how dangerous this phenomenon is. And secondly, because we are closer to solutions than we were 3 years ago. As it was mentioned before by you, Charlie, and you, Pia, it all started when Daphne was assassinated. And I want to start this introduction by saying that whatever we have achieved so far and we will be achieving in the future is thanks to Daphne's family. They have committed to this cause, although they know that this will not help the family because Daphne was assassinated, but they do this because they want to help other journalists. And we have here Daphne's sister. Thank you, Cora, for all you do. What we have been doing when Daphne was assassinated, and as information about her was emerging, we understood that she was facing around 50 defamation lawsuits. We started to talk with each other, with Sarah, Tom, Matthew. We knew this was not normal. What we didn't know at that time was whether other journalists and human rights defenders were also facing the same issue. It was difficult for us to put a lot of time to this because we were doing other things and we didn't have specific fundings, but there was a very goodwill with individuals in different organizations, but also quite a lot of support from our own organizations who allowed us to commit to this cause. We had the first events, first in Brussels and then in Amsterdam, and we realized that there was quite a lot of interest about this. Again, we were struggling to kind of have a structure, and then it was thanks to Greenpeace International, thank you, Charlie, that you helped because of the experience you had in the past. We managed to have a structure and we managed to form a coalition which is called The Case. Formally, we are around 35 members, but we have the support of around 100 organizations throughout Europe. And then the work started in 2019. This meant every Tuesday, and this is still happening, we meet, we strategized what to do, we had a lot of plans, and then all of us were doing different things. Mainly it was targeting the European Commission and the Council of Europe and the European Union, asking politicians to act. For us to convince them, it was very important to have data. So when we spoke to Pia and to Madame Jourova, they were all asking for evidence. So it was crucial for us to register cases. We convinced the Council of Europe platform on safety of journalists, as well as mapping media freedom, which is run by ECPMF, to start registering lawsuits against journalists. And at the same time, there was a lot of research being done. Index on Censorship, Greenpeace International, Article 19, Daphne Caruana Galizia Foundation, and other organizations, they're all doing research. Now we have a database of around 600 cases which are registered, and these are SLAP cases against journalists and other public participation participants. Now, okay, when we had the evidence, we went to the European Commission, we said, we need you to act. We commissioned Aberdeen University to provide the legal analysis, and we're very happy to understand that there are legislative solutions in place which, if implemented, it can help journalists. We were very lucky, and I want to thank publicly Pia for being our friend. She was very, very open to hear our call, to understand this, to meet with us every time we had questions, every time we had ideas. So I would like to thank you for being so committed. And the same with Madame Jourova. She committed to Daphne's family that she will address SLAPs, and she's delivering. And without having friends at these institutions, it's impossible to address SLAPs or any other topic. And then we went to the European Parliament. We asked parliamentarians to address it. They adopted an INI report, which is an own initiative report, calling the European Commission to act. That helped as well. And now we also have the Council of Europe addressing SLAPs. In 2 years, we'll have a recommendation. There is an expert group within the Council of Europe. This is after the European Union set up an EU expert group. And all this to say that in a matter of 3 years, you have all European institutions addressing SLAPs. It's not very common to achieve this success so fast, because as you know, sometimes institutions, they react a little bit slowly, but again, I think it's because we're all committed, but it is especially because of Daphne's family work. At the same time, it was not enough just to sit and discuss and ask institutions to act, because meantime, you had journalists who were being sued. You had Gazeta Wyborcza, which has around 60 defamation lawsuits active. The same is with Index.hr in Croatia. And you have individual journalists like Saranda and others facing lawsuits. So it was very important that you do something practically. And this is why a lot of organizations, such as ECPMF, Media Defense, Rory Tech Trust, Free Press Unlimited, we're all providing financial support to journalists. We are not as rich as those politicians and businessmen filing a lawsuit, but we can provide some financial support. You can get, as I said, support from all these institutions to pay lawyers' fees. At the same time, and I'll conclude my intervention with this, we make sure that we name and shame. Again, name and shame every single bad lawyer that enables powerful people to go after journalists. We can't do much, but we will make sure that in every single event, in every single publication, we will name them, because this is what hurts them. And we have seen the result. I'm from Kosovo. We had this Kosovo example. We have seen an example like this in Kosovo. A journalist going after a lawyer going after journalists, and when the name was mentioned so often, not only that they withdrew the lawsuit, but they had to engage in PR because their reputation was damaged. And this is also the case in different countries. So let me promise publicly, we will continue to name and shame every single bad lawyer that goes after journalists and human rights defenders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Flatura. It might be a good point just to say here that the research which Flatura was talking about can be found on the CASE website, which is www.the-case.eu. And follow us on Twitter, please, at the CASE. Am I getting that right? At Case Coalition. Thank you very much. Sarah, Flatura has spoken about the importance of research in countering the threat of slaps. Article 19 has, of course, contributed to that research recently with the recent publication of your report. Would you be able to tell us a bit more about that report?
Yes, thank you. So along with other organisations, as mentioned, it was really critical to start to map what was the nature and scope of slap cases across the EU. So Article 19 started about 2.5 years ago to undertake comprehensive research in 10 EU member states plus the United Kingdom. It was important to do so we worked with in-country practicing lawyers to analyse the legal framework in each of these countries and to see whether any provisions or procedural guarantees existed to protect journalists against slaps. And we found that in no cases were there procedural protections in place. And it's important kind of to understand the framework that, you know, we really started looking at this issue in the EU 3 or 4 years ago, but Charlie and others were looking at this in the US and Latin America long before. And what you could see was in states where you had federal anti-slap laws, activists and journalists were provided with much higher level of protection. So we were looking over at examples at the state level in the US and in Canada, and we've seen that those have been quite effective. So in the work like the Model EU Anti-Slap Directive and other draft laws or best practices that we've been promoting, we've taken our lead largely from the US state level. What we saw across all of the countries at that time was that no protections existed, and that the vast majority of cases, of slap cases, about at least 90%, are taken at the national level. So while there's a lot of attention, and I'll come to this a little later, about cross-border cases, in particular those emanating out of London, it's really important that as we go forward with the Commission's work, that we carry on our advocacy at the EU member state level. So as Pia mentioned, this is not binding legislation. We will have to have member states introducing anti-slap legislation. So we have a lot of work to continue at the capital level. And especially what we need to see is very strong procedural guarantees along the lines that Pia has outlined. So around the early dismissal of cases, caps on costs, and some punitive measures against those plaintiffs who continuously take these cases. When it comes to the characteristics of the plaintiffs, what we've seen across the board is the vast majority of these cases are taken by politicians, business people, or corporations, and sometimes there are very strong links between all three actors. We see a huge amount of strategic cases taken together. So in most of the countries that we analysed, a journalist isn't facing just one case by one actor. They're often targeted by multiple cases, by multiple actors, or by multiple cases. In the case of Malta, until recently, you had a scenario where a plaintiff could take multiple actions on the same article. So in one case, Daphne was facing 19 lawsuits on the basis of one article. So one case for every sentence in the article. So we see this a lot, and we see this in Poland all the time, where numerous plaintiffs will come together and journalists will face multiple cases, and often both the criminal and civil codes are used against journalists. So it's important to note that and it was great to hear that there will be a criminal component to the recommendation, but what's really fundamental is that we see the decriminalization of defamation. There is absolutely no room for criminal defamation within the European Union. It's absolutely ludicrous that we have so many states that still have it on the book, and we see it used in very, very strange and unexpected countries. So I think hand in hand with all of this work around anti-SLAPP, we need to see comprehensive decriminalization of defamation. Speaking of defamation, nearly 90% of the cases taken against journalists are taken either through civil or criminal defamation, but we've seen a real rise in the use of privacy and GDPR and related, reputation and privacy confidentiality clauses. In places like Hungary, GDPR is being routinely abused. We saw this in the Forbes cases against papers there, and I suppose what we really can see is just this, that it's not simply an issue about defamation. It's about the abuse of laws that have the loopholes in them that allow you to do this. So defamation reform alone isn't enough, but comprehensive criminal defamation reform is essential. What we see in many of the cases, or that in fact most of the cases, the defendants win ultimately. They win the case. So that could be perceived as a victory. But what you see in the research is it's all about the process as this sort of punishment. So it's about taking long, expensive claims against journalists, dragging them through the courts, journalists being unable to do their reporting in that time. A lot of the time, the data is subject to some form of injunction or another, so you can drag someone through the courts until such time as the story is no longer relevant. And obviously this takes, as we've heard, just a huge personal toll. Many journalists have talked to us about having to put their house up, having all of their life savings on the line. And in countries like the UK, where simply to defend yourself at the High Court, you could be starting at about £300,000. And that's just at the beginning of the case. So you may be compensated at the end, but that could be a 10-year process, as it is in Italy. So we see that this is sort of like the overall strategy. I think just to sort of finalize, we're delighted that Pia, has talked about the work on preventing cross-border cases. There's a huge amount of work at the moment being undertaken in the UK, led by Charlie and other colleagues of ours, on passing an anti-SLAPP law there. It's kind of amazing that all of our recommendations have suddenly become fashionable in the last month, in the context of, unfortunately, it took the invasion of Ukraine and the issue of dirty money and oligarchs in London for this to gain really any traction. And now it's being pushed through rapidly. So all of our recommendations hopefully will go into those new anti-SLAPP measures. But I think what we know is that these plaintiffs will find new loopholes to exploit. We're keeping an eye on jurisdictions like Switzerland and non-EU countries. There's a lot more research to be done, and we know there's nascent research going on in places like Turkey, Moldova, Georgia, Council of Europe region, where we need to understand and carry out the same research in those countries. And I think, you know, we're far from finished. We are delighted we've made this much progress, but there's a long way to go. So I'll leave it there. But you can find our research on the Article 19 website. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think it's good to remind us of how far we've come, but also how far there is still to go. We have some time for questions now. We can get those both from the audience and through the magic of WhatsApp. I believe we've got connection to the internet as well. Perhaps we can just start though, Pierre, just if you were to talk just, oh, we've got some question. Oh, I'm so sorry, I missed that. Yes, maybe you could.
Thank you. I have a question for Pierre, and first of all, it is heartening to hear all these good words about your work, because as we say, it takes one person who takes more than usual amount of work and interest to make things happen in EU. So thanks in advance. But I have two questions. Two situations. London, which is not EU anymore. Azeri claimant, who is a third country, bringing a case against EU journalists because of his nationality to London. How will this new slap soft law help him in this case? Because it was tremendously expensive and complicated. And second case, Poland, Gazeta Wyborcza, with their 60+ cases, both civil and criminal, both from corporates, lawyers, judges, politicians, extremely hostile to EU law and not really cooperative with European Commission. How will this make any difference to Gazeta Wyborcza? Thank you.
The soft law, well, ultimately the legislation would resolve the situation with your London example. The soft law will help in the meantime, for instance, with support. And also I think that it also helps to have the package and to raise awareness and to make everyone in the EU aware of this phenomenon, and, for instance, making national judges aware of this, as I said, raising a red flag immediately when they encounter this type of situation and saying, no, 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 we will not accept that. Your second example, indeed, their situation varies in member states. There are member states more apt to this phenomenon and slaps. But I think that often the legislation also and measures, they also kind of change the landscape. That once something which was previously not known and not rejected becomes strongly rejected. And I think we really need to hammer the message in various means. And even in countries like Hungary, you mentioned, there are good judges. We have seen that even in the kind of more challenging member states, the judges are trying to do their job properly. So we need to support the structures which exist and then find means to support, like then financial means to help also the journalists working in those countries.
Thanks, Pierre. I think we've got another question here.
Hi, thanks. Michael Bird, I'm a freelance journalist based in Romania. Saranda, listening to you talking brought back a kind of memories of what it's like in the first 24 hours after getting a legal case brought against you. And also about the need very quickly to be able to get a lawyer, preferably pro bono, for a journalist. And how, certainly in my experience, that was a very important element of not falling apart psychologically in that period of time. So my question is, if you are a journalist who receives personally, rather than a publication as a freelancer, a slap or a lawsuit against you, is there a sort of hotline which you can contact at EU level which can assist you with some kind of support, both legally and to a certain extent emotionally? And secondly, is there a kind of list of pro bono lawyers, country by country, which people can in some way contact to see whether or not they can get that support? Because in some cases, certainly in Romania's case, you have to physically then go to the courthouse to pick up the actual case against you. And in some ways, you have to know how to do that legally, because if you do that wrong, then it's possible that there is some kind of point brought against you, because you have a deadline, like 48 hours to do it. If you don't do it, then you actually could be prejudicing yourself in terms of the case. So it's very important to have that 48-hour kind of window in which they can get help.
Platura.
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of support, I will only address the support that is available from non-governmental organizations. With regard to institutions helping, as we heard from Pia, that's the idea, so that at national level this can be offered and organized by the state. The ECPMF, Rory Peck Trust, Media Defense, and Free Press Unlimited are 4 organizations which have quite some money available for lawyers who are facing lawsuits. So the first thing is to get in touch with these organizations. With ECPMF, it's legal@ecpmf.eu, but others are available online, other contacts. The problem we face with journalists, and I understand why it happens, but I need to mention this, is that when they receive a letter from the court or from a lawyer that they are being sued, they don't speak out publicly about this. One is because they are afraid, and rightly so. Second is because sometimes they have very bad legal advice from lawyers, usually from those lawyers who want to keep control over the cases. So they're like, okay, let's think of the PR, etc. And this does not help, because we've seen cases when journalists have received legal threats, legal letters, threatening them to sue, and then journalists went public about it, and companies or politicians, they didn't materialize this lawsuit, they didn't go ahead. So it helps to speak publicly about cases. Of course, you need to find a way how, and all the organizations that I'm mentioning, we are specialized in this and we help you. So it's good to be in touch as soon as possible. Now, with helping you to find a lawyer, it's a bit tricky, because we can have a very good long list of lawyers in different countries, but in the end, it's this personal relation and trust that you develop with your lawyer. And also, usually it depends from the outcome, how you feel about the work of a lawyer. If eventually you lose the case or something happens, then of course it's a problem for us to take the responsibility for imposing you to hire a certain lawyer. So it's always good, and I'm sorry to say this because additional work for journalists, but you need to identify some lawyers when you start working as a journalist, so that eventually you already know who can help you. In some countries, we have very good experience, and we can always, it's not a problem for us to say in these countries we work with these lawyers, but we never advise a journalist to hire this or that lawyers because of these risks. So to conclude, speak up about cases, contact organizations as soon as possible, and try to identify lawyers as soon as possible, even before you get a lawsuit, so that you're prepared. This shouldn't be a normal procedure, but it is like that because of slaps.
Thank you, Platura. I'll just say, just to add to that, you can go onto the case website. There's also a list mapped out of the pro bono services, including those which Platura mentioned online. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up now. I'm getting the dreaded A4 paper with the timeout sign. So it's been a real pleasure to host this, and thank you so much to participants. It was a really great to hear from you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks to all speakers here. Let's hope we do see improvements very soon and you come back next year and tell us about that. So now we have a 10-minute break. So if everyone can come back here in 10 minutes, or if you have another session, just do that. But we'll start at 4:10. Thank you. A panel that starts with a question, and I think that's the million-dollar question actually, which is how do we fund cross-border investigations? So this panel is going to be moderated by Lutz Kinkel. You already know him, he's been introduced, but I'll do it again. He's the managing director at the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, and he will introduce speakers right now. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Neos. Now the topic, that is of course thrilling, is money. Money makes the world go round, and money is needed to finance journalism. This panel now is not designed to give you service information about several programs and instruments of single funders. You can see these service informations on the homepages of the respective funders. This panel is designed to listen to the perspectives of the funders for the next 5 years. We want to know more about their aims, about their strategies, about their focal points, to get a little bit closer to the reality that we will live in tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Let me please introduce my guests. First of all, we have Ekaterina Mandova. She is program officer at Civitatis. I guess a lot of people in this room already know Civitatis. Civitatis is an alliance pooling the funds of a group, I must say, of very, very, very important donors. Among them is the Erste Stiftung, the Bertelsmann Stiftung, Luminate, Open Societies Foundations, and Frit Ort and others. On her Twitter account, Ekaterina describes herself as, I quote, journalist, reporter, EU insider, radio lover, and free media enthusiast. Welcome, Ekaterina. The next one on the panel is Ebru. Ebru Akgün is Program Manager, Public Interest at the Adessium Foundations in the Netherlands. It's based in Maastricht. Adessium is also part of the Civitatis Alliance. Adessium supports some well-known journalistic organizations. One is, for example, Correctiv here in Berlin, and the other one is Bellingcat, to name but a few. Welcome, Ebru. So last not least, after finding a parking lot, an illegal one, I welcome Nikolaus von Peter. Nikolaus von Peter is policy advisor here at the German representation of the European Commission. The European Commission finances IJ4EU and this conference, and might do even more. While I couldn't find Ebru's Twitter account, I found the one of Nikolaus. His account name is Dimituto. And Dimituto means tell me everything. So I guess he will do the same for us today. Welcome, Nikolaus. Okay, let's start with Ekaterina and Civitatis. Ekaterina, Civitatis is an alliance of more than 20 funders all in all. When you read the official materials and documents, you see that the overarching goal is to strengthen democracy and solidarity in Europe. This is a very broad approach. If you compare the budgets allocated on the one hand for journalism and allocated on the other hand for other democratic activities, do you register a change in the relation between them? Or let's put it like this, will the budgets for journalism increase or drop?
Let me start with saying that there is a need for more philanthropic funds in journalism, and elaborate what Civitatis is exactly. Civitatis is a collaborative of different foundations that came together after seeing the backsliding trends in democracy. And seeing those, we started supporting civil society organizations and their collective actions first. Then we saw that a lot of the polarization is taking place in the digital public sphere, which was another topic that we expanded to. And logically, we expanded to supporting independent public interest journalism as it's a pillar of democracy. So having said that, I hope the budget grows in the overall pool fund. In terms of all three lines of work, we see them as equally important because they're equally important to supporting democracy. So as such, I believe the balance between the three would stay also equal.
What is, from your point of view, the main driver, the main motivation to support journalism?
So we've known that, and we've seen that your room of journalists, that journalism is going through an identity crisis. We see that with the internet, journalism actually lost a lot of its income. So the sustainability is an aspect we are quite concerned with. But when we talk about sustainability, we shouldn't just think about the money that sustainability symbolizes. Sustainability is more than that. It's very important to also think of the well-being of journalists. The forum today made it very clear what journalists go through, how they, over a night, they become war reporters. This is something we should all be considering. And at Civitatis, what we want to provide our grantee partners is with breathing space so that they can reinvent their own business models and see what works well for them and maybe what doesn't, and then decide to drop it. And we do that by providing cost support that is long-term, and by also creating networks for them that they can rely on. A lot of our partner organizations have commented that while there is a lot happening in terms of networks on cross-border investigations, for example, there is very little when it comes to business models, when it comes to managerial parts of the journalistic work. A lot of the journalistic organizations Civitatis support are headed by journalists that also overnight become managers. They need to take on tasks that they're not prepared for, and they're sharing that there is a lot of knowledge out there, but there are very few networks that concentrate exactly on these aspects of journalism.
Mm-hmm. There are different types of media. For example, we hear from the journalists that are now escaping Belarus that the only independent channel for information is Telegram and Telegram groups. On the other hand, we see what is happening in Russia. So television is obviously dominating the public sphere. 80% of the population is getting their information from television. Television is, if we like it or not, in many countries, still the predominant media. So do you expect a stronger focus on audiovisual production?
So we've seen that the grantee partners we supported Civitatis, they experiment with different elements of journalism. A lot of them are actually focusing on audio production. I believe that audio production is something that's been growing. Podcasting now is more important than ever. There are organizations within the cohort of journalistic partners Civitatis supports that do exclusively investigations for audio and podcasting. And a lot of them are heading towards that direction. There is, of course, the interest of video is there. I believe what we'll be seeing more and more are multimedia investigations. So investigations where text is complemented with both audio and visual elements.
You already mentioned that the market, the media market, underwent some sort of disruption, and even the biggest donors will not be able to compensate the losses that traditional media had in the past decades. And you also mentioned already innovation, and that this is of some importance also for Civitatis. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? How important innovation and new business models are to revive the market and to help journalistic entities to walk on their own feet?
Here again, I want to emphasize the importance of core funding. And what we mean in Civitatis by core funding is that we support the organization as such. We support the non-interesting part of an organization, everything to do with HR, with managerial costs, all these costs that are extremely important for journalists to cover to be able to concentrate on what they're doing best. And this is writing stories and pursuing the truth, not writing projects and reports all the time. And having said that, core support for us should be also long-term, so that organizations have the time and space to find really what works for them. Because there is a lot of, there is no golden formula. There are a lot of different aspects an organization can concentrate on. But in Europe, it's so dependent also on the environment, on the particular country, on the market that allows or not for certain changes in the business models. And this is up to the organizations for themselves to have the time and space to experiment, to see what works for them, maybe decide, okay, I've been doing that as an organization for 1 year, it doesn't work anymore, maybe we need to take another path. And co-funding allows them to do that. So that is a way to look at it.
Well, we take this as a promise, I would say. All this is trying to foster and to strengthen independent public interest journalism. That's the term, that's the wording that you use. On the other hand, we all know that we have autocrats like Viktor Orban or Vladimir Putin in Russia that strive for the exact opposite. The exact opposite, I would call it, fully dependent party interest content production. That's the opposite to independent public interest journalism. And Orban and Putin, they have nearly unlimited resources because they can rely on taxpayers' money, right? What is the funders' strategy to win this war on information?
Here again, it comes to supporting the work of our grantee partners. And again, I want to emphasize we are collaborative of different foundations that come together. And they come together knowing that they pool funds together and work together in solidarity. And it's not, again, not only about the money, but it's also about the expertise they have to share in the group and the knowledge that they can gather from that. I also want to emphasize that the war on information, as you put it, it's fought on many fronts. Journalism is an essential part of it, but so is also the work of civil society, so is also the work of civil society organizations that are advocating for tech platforms to be regulated, because we've seen that polarization is happening digitally more and more. Conversations, surveillance, all this is actually taking over the internet, and we need tech regulation for that.
I always say it, and I say it year by year, please tax the big platforms and put the money into journalism. Ebru. Adessium is one part of Civitatis, of the big Civitatis Alliance, and a prominent funder itself. I already mentioned this. Adessium is helping and supporting, especially investigative journalism. Why is that?
Yes, thank you for your question. And before answering that, I want to thank you for inviting me to this panel, and also thank you and your entire team for organizing this conference. Also, of course, the representation to the Commission for hosting it. With regards to why we support investigative journalism, it's really at the core of our strategy. We have 3 programs, and the first one that I will elaborate now a little bit on is the public interest program. And in this, we find it very important to make quality information, both online and offline, available so people can make informed decisions, and so that governments can be held to account, and of course, ideally also so we can increase civic engagement. We do this by funding cross-border investigative journalism in the EU, either directly, so like the parties you mentioned, Correctiv or Bellingcat, Lighthouse Reports, or by being part of a pooled fund, which we also co-founded. What we also do is we have the aim of safeguarding the role of journalism. So here, investigative journalists are really the target group that we aim to support. We do this by supporting organizations that were also mentioned in the previous panel, like Media Defense, who provide direct support so that journalists can continue focusing on doing their work instead of being dragged through courts and trying to defend themselves alone.
Investigative journalism is especially in danger at the local level, because we all know the phenomena of these spreading news deserts. Media industry is very weak on the local level. What is your assessment of this phenomena, and how will you address this challenge?
Yeah, I mean, we completely agree with that in the sense that it's the most vulnerable group that needs the most support right now, I would say, or at least more attention than it's getting right now. Local media is very fragile financially, but also to political pressure. We plan to address this in the coming 3 years in 2 ways. The first one being really focusing on the Netherlands itself, so really looking into how we can strengthen investigative journalism at local level. We will do this with our existing partners in as innovative possible ways. One of our partners, the Bali, it does it through its project called Live Journalism, and it brings its investigations to life at the end with a theater piece, which is accompanied by a debate in which people who can make a change to the problems addressed in the investigations are also part of the debate, so they can be held to account. Examples are mayors or other lawmakers. Another way of doing this at local level for the Netherlands is looking at our current partners who are really successful in Germany and the UK, Correctief Lokaal, where we want to really see how they've managed to adapt the UK model to Germany to see if that's also possible for the Netherlands. And the second way in which we want to strengthen bottom-up investigative journalism in Europe is through cross-border collaboration, really targeted at local investigations. So the European Commission has funded Journalism Fund and 3 more partners in administrating grants really just focused for local investigative journalism. And we will be co-funding it. It will be out relatively soon, and I really look forward to seeing if that's a way of strengthening the landscape bottom up and seeing whether we could make the same assumptions that at cross-border also works at local level and that it can strengthen the landscape as a whole.
Ekaterina already mentioned the importance of core funding, but this is not the standard. The standard is that funding is really bound to topics and that journalists and also NGOs and whoever are forced to really run a huge administrative program, meaning to apply and then you can deliver some sort of contribution for one topic and then it's over and then you apply for the next project. This is putting a heavy administrative burden on the ones applying. Do you think that core funding and the question, and actually it's a question of sustainability, the question of sustainability of journalistic production has a chance to climb up a little bit on the agenda of the funders?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, and I think that sustainability in itself is on the agenda of all funders. I think when you look at the application procedures, there is always in the proposal a question on how that intervention is going to lead to sustainability or is going to be sustainable, strengthen the entire ecosystem. I think the more important question funders have to ask themselves is how the approach they're taking in funding is contributing to sustainability. So what you say, you know, if you're constantly running from project proposal to project proposal, you will not be able to cover your overhead costs easily. And also what Ekaterina said herself, the organizations won't have the time to experiment with alternative business models, be it engaging with their communities or other forms of funding, which we as funders ultimately want to eventually see. So I think it's very important that funders take a look at how their funding is also contributing to the sustainabilities of their grantees.
We didn't talk about geographic focus areas selected for funding yet. Could you probably explain Adesium's approach here? I guess it's not Northern Europe. I mean, that needs support the most. But what is with West, East, and South Europe?
You're really rubbing some salt in a wound there. I would say that there is indeed increasing awareness for the need for funding investigative journalism. I think more funding is being made available, but I wouldn't go as far as saying that Northern Europe doesn't need more. I think that there are some very strong grantees in Northern Europe, but I would love to see some other existing small ones scale up as well. So for example, in Berlin, you have Hostwriter, you have Investigate Europe. I think it would be great if they would grow as well. We just talked about local investigative journalism. Much more funding is needed for that as well in order to really make a change. That being said, I of course cannot deny that the other 3 regions you just mentioned definitely need more funding. As we also have limited budgets, we primarily try to tackle this problem by being part of Civitates.
together with other 21 funders, it's possible to reach a wider audience than we would be able to do on our own. That too, on its own, is not a solution to maintaining the entire landscape, so I recognize that as well. When looking at outlets in public interest outlets in other member states, what we do is we really look into the funding landscape in that country. So does philanthropy, for example, in France really contribute to public interest journalism or not? So that's one of the things that we take into consideration when assessing whether we can provide funding or not.
So you cannot name now 4 countries or something like that, where probably in the next 5 years, most of the funding money is channeled to. No. There's no specific focal point in a geographic sense.
No, there is no specific. I mean, as a Dutch philanthropic organization, we're definitely focusing a lot on the Netherlands, so as much as possible in the Netherlands. But I wouldn't say that for the rest that we discriminate between the other member states.
Okay, thank you. Nikolaus, first of all, thanking you for jumping in, because the speaker from Brussels was not able to travel. You are representing the European Commission here. And first of all, a very general question. Public donors often have a problem with financing journalistic content. This was what we often heard was that they don't want to interfere into the market, that they don't want to offend the publishers, and that they don't want to be made responsible for the journalistic output, right? This is at least the way it was. And do you see any kind of new change in the approach here?
I could talk about the Commission at least, and indeed, we don't want to be held responsible for the content either. But that's a matter of principle, because we're not the ones who create the content, and but we believe that there's a strong case for financing quality journalism. I mean, Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission's president, has just stated, I mean, a few months ago, that to her, information is a public good, and there's obviously a market failure. And so we have all learned over the last years that there is a scarcity of information, the way we understand information. So it's basically a fundamental condition to democracy. And so it's evident that we need to fund content creation, but at the same time, we need to stay out of the content itself, and that's why in the Commission's, I mean, in the agreements with beneficiaries, it's written black and white very clearly that we will not interfere with in any respect with the content created, and that we expect the same neutrality from any organization that regrants our funding. So that's our position.
I mean, the instruments that you have to also fund content creation are within the multi-annual financial framework, the new one, which is covering the years from 2021 to 2027. Here, of special importance is the Creative Europe program. Could you tell us a little bit about what the Creative Europe program within the multi-annual financial framework provides?
Yes. First of all, before I start talking about the programs, which probably after 2-3 names will basically send you into sleep, because this is quite technical and the numbers will probably not stick to you, even the most attentive listener. I want to tell you that on the 6th of April, there's going to be a webinar organized by the European Commission that will give you a general overview about all funding opportunities. And my colleague Nicola John, she has Twitter today on our account again, the invitation to that webinar. So if you follow, perhaps just for today or for the rest of your life, the representation's Twitter account, you're going to have a link in that Twitter account or a post that sends you directly to that webpage, and then you can follow that presentation on the 6th of April, where you will also be able to ask very specific questions, which I probably won't be able to answer today. So you already mentioned the main program, which is called Creative Europe, and which is 1.8 billion euros heavy. That's not all for journalism, I have to say. So within these 1.8 billion, which are allocated or planned for the next, for the years until 2027, 160 million are earmarked for to help the media sector to shape the structural and technological changes it's undergoing, so to help it actually cope with it, and more than that, benefit from it. And a good part of these 160 million is dedicated to news media, to quality journalism, and to media literacies, for the reasons I've just stated a few minutes ago. And within these 160 million, or the part which goes to these three priorities, news media, quality journalism, and media literacy, there's going to be a lot of different calls, and some of them may be interesting to you. And probably the most important, because it's one that we publish every year, and which is quite broad, is the journalism partnerships, which we publish every year, and which provides financing for 2 years, and which helps the media sector to become more sustainable and resilient, so that it can contribute to trustworthy reporting on current affairs, and help informed, inclusive democratic debates, and also skills development and employment in media professionals and journalists. So these partnerships are meant to be sector-wide, cross-border, and collaborative, among different organizations projects. It's supposed to fund these. But the consortia which receive the funding, they can select within this very broad topic of media, different sectors, subsectors, journalistic genres, so local, regional journalism, public interest journalism, data journalism, also investigative journalism. So it's a very broad call. And the next edition will be published in September, and there will be almost 8 million available. So this is the first important program, which is called Journalism Partnerships. Then there are many more, which I will not mention because it's just too detailed, but one that may be interesting to you, because I suppose there are some journalists who do investigations and who know from their own experience that it's, their work is very important. I think that's why you're doing it, why you're taking risks. We believe your work is important because without your revelations, there will be much less knowledge about money laundering, corruption, a lot of things which undermine credibility of government and which are very destructive to democracy and the rule of law. So your work is important. We believe it as well. But you're very vulnerable, as we mentioned before, and you have very limited resources. And all the more if the investigations are cross-border investigations, which are very resource intensive and increasingly important, because we now see more and more that these cases, thanks to the European Union, we also have cross-border crime. So that's a bit the downside to our open borders. So we need these investigations to happen, and that's why the EU has decided to create an emergency support fund for investigative journalists and media organizations that supports the production of quality independent journalistic content in public interest, including cross-border cooperation. And we already had a call last year, and we're going to fund a consortium in this area with 1,800,000 euros. That's just for you an idea of the order of magnitude. Now there are many more programs under the Creative Europe sub-strand, and you're going to hear a lot of it in this 6th of April webinar probably. But just for the sake of completeness, and that you understand how wide the funding landscape is, and that you perhaps sometimes think of something else, there are many more programs that are not dedicated to journalism or creative industries, but also provide funding. For example, Horizon Europe, which is our research and innovation program, which this year, for instance, will publish a call on media and democracy, 9 million, to be published in April. The Digital Europe program, which is the flagship program for digital affairs, funding things like cybersecurity capacities or artificial intelligence or this kind of stuff. They also have funding available for media data spaces. That's something we're going to fund in the end of 2022. And we also have something that we're funding within the European Regional Development Fund. So it's a structural fund where some of you have probably already done some investigations, because this is a program where member states get a lot of money to manage themselves. So they build bridges, or they don't build bridges sometimes. It happens. They build motorways, and today they build less motorways, but more railway tracks, we hope. And there's also some money available there for to train journalists to inform correctly and to support education of journalists. And as the last point,
that's good. Okay. We have to cut it a little bit short. But you said already that we will get additional information also in the webinar. Yeah. But I wanted to refer to the aspect that you named the last, and this is the money that is reserved in EU projects to also promote these projects and also to introduce them to the public. What we know from various researchers is that this money is often misused by governments to foster pro-governmental media and to put these PR budgets, exclusively for pro-governmental medias. So the question is, on the one hand, we need the provision of funds, but on the other hand, we also need the prevention of the misuse of funds. What do you do in this respect?
Yes. Yes, it's true that, we know that there are some cases in some member states, in Hungary, Slovenia, Bulgaria, for instance, these are the principal ones where we know that these things have happened, that indeed money that was destined to, was earmarked for communication, was spent on communication, but was channeled to cronies, basically, to media, so-called media close to the government. We're therefore asking managing authorities, so the bodies managing the programs in the member state, to always tender and to apply meaningful criteria when they tender, so that the money, they cannot basically shortcut the procedures. But to be very frank, this is something we can only ask them. We have no legal, they're not obliged to do it. They have ultimately it's the choice of member states how they spend the money according to the programming criteria, which are rubber stamped by us or even discussed before and then. They're not rubber stamped, they are validated. But it's mainly their procurement law which decides, and then also their national auditing, which should reveal such cases. Yeah. Yes, should. You should know that we have, in the area of structural funds, we have 1.5 million projects, and it's the main responsibility of member states to check that these projects are being implemented according to the rules. The European Commission has 30 auditors. 30 auditors distributed over 1.5 million projects means that we have to focus on the cases which are the most valuable in terms of, which are the most fraud prone and where the biggest risks are for the budget. And the funding you just mentioned corresponds to 0.3% of the overall funding. So it's always a problem if there's fraud and irregularity, and it's always undermining the rule of law, but it's just a matter of proportionality. So we know what these cases, we're trying to help to remedy them, but there's a certain limit to what we can do.
Understandable. I still have a ton of questions, and I thank you for being here, and that's super interesting. But I also wanted to open up to the floor and also have your questions because this is a rare occasion to ask Civitatis or Adessium or the representatives and the European Commission represented here by Nikolaus. Your question that you have in mind. Stefano, you look like as if you have one. No? Yeah.
Well, I might have a very simple question how we can get the money, but I'm going to ask a more kind of interesting question. This is a question for Adessium mainly, but other speakers of course can answer. How do you select the donors to make sure that let's say there is no too much conflict of interest between the activities of the donors and the stories which are exposed by journalists. Sometimes I happen to do stories that involve companies which may happen to be also donors of the funding organization. I don't know, because sometimes donors are anonymous, but there might be this kind of possibility. And if you have any guidelines or kind of code of conduct.
So if I
understand your question correctly, you're asking how we look at the donors that grantees have in order to assess whether we see any conflict of
Or
interest.
your own donors. Yes.
Well, Adesium is a donor.
Yeah, Adesium donors or the co-founding donors, yes.
Well, so far we've only co-funded a project of the European Commission, so in that sense, that goes check. And the other ones go through Civitates, so it's all the philanthropies that we already work with together in the field anyway. So there is no additional guideline that I'm aware of that we take a look at when we look at that.
Okay. Thank you. More questions? I can only warn you, if you don't have questions, I have them.
Thank you. My name is Staffan. I'm a freelance journalist and one of those who, you could say, jump from one project to the other. And I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge there are some problems there. Of course, I'm tempted to ask, what can I apply for in order to get money? I don't think you will be able to answer that, and you shouldn't. But if I turn the question around, what kind of requests are you not interested in? And seeing that in a time perspective, we have had it, like, for example, we have had enough of this, now we want to look. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask.
Thank you so much. I think this is a question to Ekaterina and also to Ibru.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we do believe in co-funding for long term. In this sense, we work with time frames, so it's also the first time Civitatis is funding journalism, and we fund journalistic organizations as such. So to answer your question, I mean, there are no particular requests we're not interested in. At the same time, we've just started our partnership with the independent public interest organizations we are funding, so we are not envisioning an open call in the immediate future, and that's the way we proceed.
So, Ekaterina, this also means that you don't fund individual journalists.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah, we fund organizations.
So it's not the question of topics, but it's the question of the entity that is applying.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ibru.
Yeah, the same. Our strategies really complement each other in that sense. So it's really not-for-profit journalist entities that can apply for funding. And the topic of freelance is, of course, something that we're also discussing internally a lot on how to tackle. So far, the only method that we have really been applying since I started here is supporting parties like that also have this kind of scheme, so really have the sub-granting for the freelancers to apply for. But I'd be more than happy to hear from you if you have any other ideas on how to support freelancers as well.
Lars, please.
Yeah, thank you. Lars Bouring, Director of the European Journalism Center. We're also sometimes in the same boat because we also fund journalists and also freelancers. But one question came up to me is, Civitatis is of course a beautiful vehicle now, bringing lots of good organizations together. Could you share with us your insights about what this, to go to this level and this scale, to do this together, is there a single important benefit that you can mention that you've learned that has, let's say, developed more powerful ways to create impact? And what is the success of Civitatis in that level by joining in together?
Well, on one hand, it is a symbolic sign that democracy needs us to work together. And it started way smaller than it is right now, so it's been growing for quite some time. It allows the funders to reach geographies that they don't usually fund in. It allows them also to exchange among each other. They all come from a different context with different experiences. So there is a lot of learning going within the group of funders as such also. So it's not, as I emphasized, it's not only about the money that they combine together. It's also about the expertise and the knowledge. And it is a way for funders that don't originally fund journalism to tap their feet in the water and see that it's not a scary thing to do.
Any more questions? If this is not the case, I would ask a final question to you all, to my speakers. So I want to have a look at the glass bowl. In 5 years' time, what do you think? Will the public spheres in the EU be more intertwined? So will we be European citizens discussing European issues, or are we going back to the national discourses? Maybe we can start with Ekaterina.
I think we are already discussing European issues. Just the panel before us was talking about SLAPs, and that is an European issue. What happens to journalists in terms of surveillance with the Pegasus spyware, for example, it goes even beyond Europe. So I think we are there in a way.
We are already there. What do you think, Ebru?
I think we are heading there. We fund cross-border collaborative investigative journalism. So really all of the things that are being produced with our funding tackle the topics that are common for the entire EU. I think it's, it will definitely be more than it is now in 5 years.
Nicolas, you're also optimistic?
Yes.
Thank you for the short answer.
No. Obviously, I can't say only yes. No, we're not there. But we won't be there in 5 years' time because it's just too hard. But it has taken now, decades to arrive where we are. But now it becomes really interesting how we overcome these language barriers. We have new technologies to help us. Yeah? We've been funding Euronews since the 90s. It hasn't changed that much. Yeah, so the most evident things not always work. Don't always work. That you have one TV channel where you have the same news. So we're now trying to do things a bit differently, and we have, for example, radio. We mentioned it earlier. It's apparently, according to Eurobarometer, the most trusted news source. So we're now creating a radio network. It's another grant where we are giving money to 13 stations, and we have different ways of now helping to produce pan-European points of view, so European news. In addition to this old idea of Euronews, probably heard about the European newsroom. There are different ways of tackling the same problem, which is this European perspective on the same issue, which we probably need to have a European democracy.
Thank you very much. To end on a positive note, IJ4EU, as already mentioned by Ekaterina, because she mentioned the researchers, IJ4EU already provides something like a European public sphere. This is why we are looking forward to a long, sustainable life of this fund. Thank you to all. Yeah, please. Thank you to my speakers. Thank you. Thank you all.
Right, so thank you very much for the panel. That was the last one for today. And I'm going to ask Lutz to stay here because we're going to present the award ceremony now. There is no break for this. So we'll introduce the winners in a minute, but first we'll talk about the awards and present the jury members.
Yeah, so now I already changed my role, yeah, as you see. So welcome to the Impact Award. The award is to honor outstanding pieces of investigative journalism that have touched us, that have enlightened us, and that have changed our perspective of reality, because the research made for the former invisible visible. Democracy dies in darkness, but investigative journalists have a container of flashlights to fight that. We have the pleasure to briefly introduce our jury members.
Yes, so the chair of the jury is Attila Mong, and he's a freelance journalist based in Berlin, and he's also the representative for the Committee to Protect Journalists in Europe. Sadly, he's sick and he can't attend today, so We're not going to have Attila with us today, but we can have...
But we have Julia with us. Yeah, Julia Wernersson. There she is. I hope
We have microphones for you here. Yeah.
I hope I pronounced your surname rightly. Managing Director of Hostwriter and responsible for the Unbiased, the news project.
Right. So our third jury member is Can Dündar. He's a journalist and documentary filmmaker, and he's the head of Oscars Radio in Germany.
We have a break for half an hour? Is that really true? That's funny.
Right, so as long as there's food and coffee, if you want to do that. Okay, that compensates for the delay. Sorry about that. So have some wine or something. And
I'm sorry. So let's rewind and then meet again in half an hour. Sorry for that. All over again. This was the shortest ceremony in history that we had just half an hour ago. It just lasted for 5 minutes, but now we start again. So we already introduced Attila Mong, who was the chair of the jury and is unfortunately sick and not be able to attend. We also introduced Julia, and then we made the break, and now we come to...
Yeah, maybe if you want to introduce Julia and she can join the stage, or so she can do the entrance that she was not allowed to do before. Yes. So you get to do this. It's always nice to get the applause. Right, so the third jury member, I already introduced him, but he also gets to do this walk. He's Can Dündar. He's a journalist and documentary filmmaker, and he's the head of Oscars Radio in Germany.
So now we have also Silvia Ciocaro, who is head of protection of journalists and human rights defenders at Article 19 in London and a well-known colleague in the NGO world. She's not on the spot, but I guess she watches the live stream.
Right, and the last jury member is also not here, but she's Voriana Tambazova. She's a freelance journalist based in Bulgaria, and she works for several media outlets such as the New York Times, The Economist, and Politico.
So let's start. We will have one jury member awarding the prize, and the respective winner will briefly introduce his or her research. And Can will start.
Okay, the honorary mention, the jury have chosen Cities for Rent for the honorary mention. The team behind the project Cities for Rent investigated how, following the financial crisis in 2008, housing in Europe became an attractive investment for many international and local corporate landlords, how this investment boom and the resulting high rents affected average people who very often could not afford to stay in their homes. Using a large set of data, lots of different sources and analysis, the team demonstrated how international cross-border investigations can connect the dots and show the big picture behind individual stories and come up with conclusions that can directly feed into policymaking. So I guess José Miguel Latayartut is here to get the award.
Yes, you can remove that.
Well, thank you. On behalf of the whole team, we were really a really big team. I was just the coordinator trying to keep all the pieces together, which was a challenge sometimes. And I'm very happy we've been talking about that among ourselves, the team, and we really appreciate this recognition because it was a lot of work just to try and get some data that we thought should be public by definition, like how many homes these big corporations own, how many homes they have been selling and buying, how much money they have been making. It was extremely hard, even though all our countries were European and almost all within the EU. And yet, well, not only the countries, like even different cities within countries had different ways to get the data. They defined the data in different ways. The registries to get them, some were paying, some were free, some were impossible to scrape. It was hell. It was a lot of work, and we see this as a first step. So we're hoping like this recognition, this publicity that we're going to try to use will help us get more allies, more accomplices, and keep doing this kind of journalism. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the third of our awards goes to the Logbook of Moria. The project, the Logbook of Moria, started very locally when in 2020, a reporter in what was Europe's largest refugee camp outside the village of Moria on the Greek island of Lesbos, saved a personal logbook from the ashes of the fire which destroyed the camp. This journalistic scoop, the discovery of the logbook, documenting the tragic daily realities of the miners living there, however, became the foundation of a European cross-border investigation. The jury appreciated how the team elevated these dramatic daily local testimonies into a documentation of the continent's handling of refugees. the logbook of Moria is the draft for one of the saddest chapters of European history. So Nico Schmidt is here to get the award, please.
Who's giving the prize now?
Yes, thanks everybody. I myself wasn't even working on the story, but it was my two colleagues from Greece, Iliana Papageli and Stavros Malichoudis, and they unfortunately can't be here tonight, but they sent me a small note and asked me to read it to everybody. We would like to thank the jury and IJ4EU for this prize. We're deeply grateful. We would also like to thank Elisa Simantke for being such a great editor, as well as all our colleagues from Solomon, Investigate Europe and Reporters United that contributed to this story and made it travel outside the borders of our country, Greece, reaching 8 other European countries and an audience that we couldn't ever imagine. This story is the result of what collaborative cross-border journalism can achieve. Reporting from Lesbos in the aftermath of the fire at the Moria refugee camp in September 2020, we found a personal logbook next to burned tents and materials. It was the logbook that the personnel from the International Organization of Migration tasked with taking care of the unaccompanied minors living in the so-called safe zone kept on a daily basis. The pages of this logbook tell the story of the thousands of unaccompanied minors that crossed the borders to Europe seeking safety far from their homes and families. The inhumane conditions of Moria had been well documented in various in-depth media reports throughout the years. But what makes this story different in the perspective from which it is written? In the logbook of Moria, Europe's failure to protect the most vulnerable is documented through the words of people who worked there. It's their original first-hand testimonies. It's not our words or view, it's theirs. For several months after the publication of this story, we kept on following the different paths of the unaccompanied minors in Greece and Europe. Our reporting will be published soon in a podcast series, and the one true thing is that Moria is done, but unaccompanied minors continue to arrive in Europe, and Europe continues to fail. We're sorry we couldn't make it to Berlin to celebrate this day with colleagues. It's an honor to see our work receive this recognition along with the other great cross-border investigations that won today. Congratulations to everyone, Iliana and Stavros.
You'd better to take the award. Congratulations. It's yours as well.
All right. Now to the second place. For that we chose Frontex complicit in pushbacks, a really impressive investigation. Like most of the shortlisted ones were actually all impressive, but the last two ones I would say it's also really holding powerful to account, really the core of what journalism is supposed to do, I think. And the jury motivation is as follows. The investigative project Frontex Complicit in Pushbacks picked a highly relevant topic for a common European future and managed to coordinate a large cross-border team of journalists and revealed a systematic European problem, how the European Coastal and Border Guard Agency Frontex is complicit in the illegal pushbacks against campaigns by the Greek authorities at the Greek-Turkish borders. The investigation showed that Frontex involvement is not only illegal, but also violates international and European law. The jury found it exemplary how the team applied a human rights perspective to the issue and prioritized human stories to showcase a systematic problem. I welcome up on the stage Daniel Howden from Lighthouse Report to receive the award. There you go.
Let's just turn this around the right way. There we go. There we go. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of a big team of people, some of whom are also in the room with us. I think it's important to mention Lighthouse's main partners in doing this, who are Bellingcat, who many of you will know, do outstanding open source work, and Nick Waters, who's in the room here with us, was key to what we did. I'm pleased to say that Stefan Ludke from Der Spiegel is also here, who is one of the lead reporters there. We also had Katie Fallon, who did great work in The Guardian on this as well, and we had partners as far afield as Japan working with us on this. Lighthouse Reports is a little bit unusual. We are an interdisciplinary investigations team. We're not ourselves a platform, so the final version of the stories and the work that we do reaches the public through existing media outlets. We go to where the audience already is with the best possible investigation. So that's part of our strategy from the beginning. So this was always meant to be a big team effort. What I find satisfying about this investigation was that it combined a lot of the things that we try to bring to these kinds of investigative projects. We try to combine data journalism, open source investigations, with long-term knowledge on domain expertise, basically, on migration issues, and also ground reporting, because without that, you lack the human stories that actually make you understand who gets harmed in this process. I'm reminded that it was more than 2 years ago, we were at a planning meeting in Amsterdam, and I brought up the topic of Frontex and was told that nobody cares about Frontex, nobody knows about Frontex, the 3 people who do know about it don't care about it, no one will ever care about it. And that was when we decided that we were going to make some people care about it. We were going to illustrate why it was important. Decisions have been made. Major European taxpayers' investments have been sunk into an agency which is more and more out there in the field, near the borders, and really close up against very serious human rights violations committed by member states. And it just wasn't credible to us at all that this agency wasn't somehow witnessing what was going on. Now, going from that starting point to actually proving that, putting it in print, and getting it a genuine European audience by working with major national outlets across multiple countries is a different thing. But really testimony to a lot of committed people on the team. As a consequence of this, Frontex has spent most of the last year and a half since we published answering questions. In the next month, the leadership of Frontex is going to be back in front of their own management board, answering questions about things where they possibly chose not to tell the full truth at the time. We look forward to seeing that accountability process be concluded, as well as the procedural things, the discussions in the European Parliament, the working groups, the anti-fraud investigations that have taken place that began with this work. It's really satisfying to see how many colleagues have started to treat this as a proper topic for investigation since this work began. So thanks to them, and thanks to everyone for the award this evening.
Well, that's not so practical. But I think, yeah. Hello. Oops. Well, dramatic moment. It's a great intro for the final prize. So, super happy to announce the final winner of the award, the Pegasus project. Before reading the jury's motivation, I just wanted to add one personal note that I thought it was amazing to read more in detail also about their working process, about the challenges they faced, having to communicate through a lot of new mediums to conduct an investigation, as well as the trust that was needed when convincing their subjects to check all their private communication. That was really something that stand out to me when looking through also their working process as they described it. But let me also read you the official jury statement. The Pegasus project is a successful and massive journalistic undertaking that revealed how governments all over the world spy on journalists, politicians, and activists using the so-called Pegasus spyware developed by the Israeli technology organization NSO Group. The jury valued that the project is a prime example for cross-border investigative journalism at its best, building on a powerful leak of 50,000 phone numbers. A great team of reporters from all over the world came together and with an elaborate methodology produced a high-quality investigation on a global topic with global impact. The result of their work is also vital for the future of journalism. So, congratulations. I would like to invite Friedrich Obermeier from Süddeutsche Zeitung to receive the award. Do you want to talk?
However you want. Thanks a lot. I'm standing here on behalf of, first and foremost, Forbidden Stories, a non-profit organization, newsroom based in Paris. And I shall say hi from the director, Laurent Richard, and the editor-in-chief, Sandrine Rigaud, who both unfortunately cannot be here today due to other appointments. It is them and their great team in Paris. They are really an investigative powerhouse. It's so great to see them bringing a team together of journalists from all around the world. In this case, it was more than 80 journalists from 17 outlets, and I do not want to not mention them, so I want to mention them. So there was journalists from Le Monde, from The Guardian, from Aristegui, from The Washington Post, Die Zeit, Süddeutsche Zeitung, Knack in Belgium, Radio France, Processo, Le Soir, Haaretz, the OCCRP, Darash, The Wire, Direct 36, and Frontline from PBS. For me, I must admit, this was one of the most challenging investigations and one of those investigations that were really close to my heart because, as you mentioned, we not only had to take specific precautions, but we also had the task of telling journalists with whom we have worked in the past that they were spied on, meeting them under different pretexts like, hey, we are in your country, by chance would you have time for a coffee, and then revealing to them that they are in this list of telephone numbers that you're in there, and realizing that this is not only a global weapon used for silencing journalists, but also for oppositional politicians, for human rights defenders, for basically against all of us. And it was also a reminder that the precautions that many of us took in the past, like encryption, like using Signal, Threema, or PGP, is not of use anymore if you are infected with the Pegasus software. And this is a constant reminder for all of us that if we speak and if lawmakers in society speak about like putting better precautions against such tools in place, putting a moratorium for exports, for example, in place. This means basically defending all of us, defending human rights defenders, but also defending whistleblowers, journalists and their sources. And that is not only about somebody watching communication, it's basically being lives in danger. And so for this reason, this prize really means a lot for the whole team. And thanks in behalf of this amazing team that I love to work with.
Thank you so much. This was the award ceremony. Congratulations again to all the winners, but also to everybody who took part and to all the consortia being shortlisted.
And thanks to the jury, because we know they had a hard time choosing the winners, so thank you very much for that.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank you so much.